Somebody in my driveway, I think. Somebody is a teenager. Yeah. One day. Yeah. Yeah, 1 minute.
I'm an official old minister.
All the minutes.
What is this a picture of? Culvert.
Test, 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 test.
Hear that?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Are we ready? Everybody ready? Y'all ready? Good evening. So nice to see so many people out here for this meeting. I'd like to call this meeting of the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen to order. And as always, good government depends on you, the citizens, to be involved. So we certainly appreciate every one of you being here this evening. At this time, I'd like to call on Alderman Johnson for our invocation.
Let us bow. Heavenly Father, we come tonight to say thank you. Lord God, thank you for this day. Lord God, as we experience this holy week, Lord, help us to realize that you gave up your life for us. And God, we are grateful. Help us to be kind and show love to others. Bless everyone who's assembled here, Lord God. Bless those who are experiencing hard times, difficulties, and those who are experiencing loss. Lord, help us to be wise in our decision making. These things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Alderman Dave Young?
And salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all, sir. I love getting paperwork laid down when you get started here. All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Here.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Here.
Alderman Guy.
Here.
Yeah.
Here.
Alderman Mills.
There.
All right, we have a quorum. And everyone, please remember Tuesday's election day, runoff in the Republican primary. Please turn out to vote. There are no Democratic candidates on their primary. Theirs have all been settled. All right. Number one on the agenda, the vote on the municipal docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
make a motion to approve the municipal docket.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Guy.
Aye.
Alderman Mosley.
Aye.
Alderman
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 2 on your agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through Q.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
I'd like to talk about letter M in new business.
Sir?
Letter M into new business.
You're talking, what, move it to new business? Is that what,
M and N.
M and N? Yes, sir.
Yes.
I have,
M and N,
all right, move it to
maybe new business, yes.
new business? All right. Does anyone else want to discuss that before we ask Alderman Bostic to amend his motion?
I'll amend it, Mayor.
All right, I have one other, may I have a question here for Mr. Vance? Letter I, about that payment to Lehman Roberts. That doesn't reflect, does it, Mr. Vance, that money issue you called about the other day, does it? About they put too much asphalt down?
No, sir.
This is not tied to that in any way?
Correct, that is just a different project.
All right, sir. So Alderman Bostic, is your motion the consent agenda except for M and N, and to move those to new business?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second still stand? Yes. All right. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Guy.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right, the next item is the claims docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the claims docket. General Fund, $953,852.67. The Library Fund, $3,430.03. The Economic Development Fund, $381,913.23. The Utility Fund, $285,981.76, for a total docket of $1,625,177.69.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 4 on the agenda is presentations and special guests. I don't have any. So we'll move on down to number 5. Mr. Andrew, let me get everything straight here. We're in the planning part of the agenda. All right. Letter A is a conditional use. I believe that's a public hearing, isn't it, Mr. Billy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, all of them are tonight,
A through G?
sir.
All right. Can we just call a public hearing on all of them at one time?
We can, we'll just have to handle each case separately.
All right, sir. Well, we'll do it separately then. All right, case letter A is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Andrew?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So first we have case number 2025-028. This case is a request for a conditional use permit for the retail sale of fireworks at 7115 US Highway 51 on approximately 1.4 acres by applicant Dale Wilson, American Fireworks. The subject property is located on the west side of Highway 51, north of Outback Drive East. And this location has been the site of fireworks sales in the past under the same ownership. So here in the image, we got an aerial view outlined in yellow of the property. And then if you scroll down, we have the zoning. The zoning is C4. The adjacent parcels are also zone C4. And this commercial corridor along Highway 51 is consistent with the nature of business of selling fireworks, which is a commercial use. And so here is a zoomed in screenshot of the previous aerial view. The above site plan that they submitted shows the fireworks tent and the associated equipment along the northern side of the site, with parking access to the property to the south. Site plan calls for the limestone parking lot, which, according to the ordinance, may be approved for a limited time, 1 year, in the area that is proposed to be developed in the near future. However, we've always just allowed fireworks tent sites to continually have the gravel lots if that's all that's going to be there for the time being.
Excuse me, sir, this is the same one, same location every year?
Yes, sir. This one in particular is the one they like to do every year. And then for the planning staff review, we didn't find any issue with that. And then the applicant turned in their answers to all of the criteria that the Planning Commission has to review and all the criteria that the Board of Aldermen has to review. And for this particular site, as for these criteria, the Planning Department staff find no issues regarding any of the items except for letter A, but that's just a technicality that we always let go. And then considering that the gravel lot has been in existence, it should at least just be acknowledged that as long as this is a fireworks tent, that can remain. But we have the Planning Commission minutes there, and that concludes the case.
All right, sir. Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments for Mr. Andrew?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I got a question on A, B, and C. Or you mentioned doing all of them at one time potentially. Are these all the same company?
Are you talking about the cases tonight?
Yes. Are they all the same fireworks company?
They're the same company.
Okay. I was just wondering, for expediency, could we, I know you got to do a public hearing on them, but could you do a public hearing on all three and then us vote on the three separately?
If I may jump in, I'd rather do them all separately because every site is a different piece of property. And so, for the record, it would make a lot more sense to do each separately. One of the sites is kind of anomalous with it being consisting of two pieces of property that are acting as one piece of property.
What I'm saying is he could just go over all three cases separately, one after the other, then open an open meeting on it, and then us vote on them separately. It'd be the same thing instead of opening and closing each one.
Yeah, no issue with that, just so long as we handle each one separately.
Yes.
All right, now let me see. I'm in uncharted waters on this. So, thank you, Alderman Geis. All right, we're talking about letter A. All right. Should I just go ahead and open a public hearing on A, B, and C all at one time? Is that what I need to do here?
I think what Alderman Geis was suggesting is we do that, and then we hear from the planning director on all three cases, and then the board can ask questions for any of those three cases, and then members of the public can address any of those three cases.
So what I need to close the discussion we just had and reopen it?
So you just open a public hearing on B and C as well.
So we get through with A first?
No, sir, I think we'll conclude that when all the audience members haven't conclude their comments on any of the three cases.
Okay, so this is a public hearing on letters A, B, and C. And the planning commissioner is going to go through them. The board will have any questions or comments, and it'll be open to anybody out in the audience who wants to speak yay or nay on any of these or has any questions or objections. All right, so all right, we're on letter A. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Andrew on letter A? Okay, now we're going to letter B, Mr. Andrew.
All right, so the next case is a proposal for the fireworks tent to sell fireworks at 7080 US Highway 51 on approximately 10 acres. If you scroll down to the imagery, it's right across the street. So everything outlined in yellow, that's all technically one piece of property. But if you look at the top left corner, so the northwestern corner of that parcel, there's currently a big empty space there, so they're going to fit the tent in right there. If you scroll down a little bit, it is all C4 zoning, and if you scroll down a little bit more, here is the site plan that they submitted. So, as I said, the entrance is already there, the gravel's already there, and they're going to put the tent in that white box there, and then the storage in that yellow box right behind it.
That's what Bobo's used to be, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
There was a nightclub there, Bobo, before that it was.
Don't know what was there before, but I'll take your word for that.
Okay.
That was long before he was thought about.
But it's empty land right now, and so that is that proposal.
Letter C.
All right, and then so the next proposal, we're also getting a request for a singular fireworks tent. If you can go to case number 027. All right, so yeah, we got the addresses of 2020 and 2036 Goodman Road West. Now, typically empty land doesn't have addresses, but from what we understand, there used to be structures there. So therefore, we have two addresses, two separate parcels. We typically do not allow anyone to have the same use, the same site plan crossing property lines. That's typically a really bad practice to do. However, since we have the same ownership, and it may be a little hard to see here, but if you look at the property directly to the east, we have a flag lot there, and if anybody remembers from the ordinance, a flag lot is when you have an extremely skinny piece of land connecting to a larger piece of land. And so we would have typically forced the developer to replat and combine the lots, but because that would have constrained the lot in the back and basically solidified that as always being a flag lot, we told the developer, we do not want you to combine these two lots, and since the tent's temporary, one day in the future you can sell off that small lot or buy the big lot in the back and combine those two to make two more uniform lots. And so that's why I really wanted to talk about this one tonight. Now, since tents are temporary, we'd be okay with the tent being over both lots. And so this one, out of all three cases, scroll down to the next imagery. So here's the actual proposed layout. The tent is proposed to be all the way on the western side of the parcels. If you can see a little house on the left, that's a vacant house. It's been vacant for many years. All the way on the right, the house east of the property is actually a daycare. And so just putting that out there, the house on the left is empty, the house on the right is a daycare, but the developer chose to put this tent all the way as far away as possible from the daycare and as close as to the vacant house as possible. The Planning Commission still had issue with that. Overall, they did recommend approval, but they did want it to be on the record that they wanted the fire department to be aware and for the fire department to just give their input on this particular site plan. But overall, they did recommend approval if the fire department's okay with it. And that concludes that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments on any of these? You did say the fire department was okay with letter C?
We contacted our fire inspector, and he didn't find any issue with it. You know, as long as they follow the current protocols, he's okay with this proposal.
All right. Does anyone in the audience have anything to comment or objections or positive? Any comments at all? All right then, I declare this Alderman Johnson, I'm sorry.
Mr. Andrew, are the lots to be vacant where the fireworks are?
There's two parcels. You talking about on the last case or on this last case? They're currently vacant. I believe there used to be houses there. I think there's still a concrete slab there. The developer has been issued a land disturbance permit to remove the slab and put down gravel. And we have no future development plans for those sites other than fireworks tent.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir,
I was going to ask the same question about the second case.
The one north of the Enterprise on Bullfrog Corner.
Did you consider, or did the planning commission consider the ordinance provision that says tents, fireworks tents shall be located on a vacant lot?
Yes, we're very familiar with Bullfrog Corner being one singular lot with multiple uses going on, multiple addresses, and multiple vacancies. Basically, the planning department and the planning commission feels that that lot is, without being negative, it's going to be vacant for quite a while. It's been very difficult to get any development there. It's been very difficult to get any positive development there. And so, since we see tents as being temporary in nature, we've been very lenient on fireworks tents. We see them as, if I may call them this, a very brief nuisance that comes and goes. We regulate them hard, we watch them closely, and then they're gone. And there's still developable land under it after they're gone. So that's just the angle we're coming from.
anything else, Mr. Campbell?
I don't guess so, Mr. Mayor.
All right, sir. Anybody else on the board? Anyone in the audience? Comments? Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please. When you get up here, please, ma'am, give your name and address very clearly so we can have it for the minutes, please, ma'am. And there's a microphone. I don't know if the green light is on that microphone or not.
I don't know if it is or not. Shelley Wilkerson, 4340 Shadow Ridge Drive, Wood Lake, Mississippi. I work for American Fireworks, and I just want to address what you said, Mr. Campbell. We've actually set up at that location many years ago and in the past, and it's never been an issue before. So I just wanted to.
And if I may jump in, I'm replaying it in my head, and I don't think I answered your question. So I know you have to have it on a vacant lot. Bullfrog Corner, we do consider that part to be vacant. I know there's been an address placed there before, which I believe there used to be a building that burnt down or got demolished a long time ago there. But if we need to carve out another lot on there, we will totally be willing to do whatever's necessary.
I don't think we need to do that. Maybe if we can just limit the conditional use to the vacant portion of that large parcel.
Should we carve out like a specific distance in feet or square footage?
If you can get someone approximate that we can put in the.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds totally doable.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So should letter B be put on to the next meeting?
No, sir. It can go.
I mean, I can measure something out real quick.
we can identify what's vacant now based upon GIS, and we can insert the approximate distances later, Mayor.
All right, sir. I think he's looking up the distances now, Mr. Billy.
Mr. Billy, Mayor, can I address him? Fire Chief.
Chief Linville, I'm sorry, I didn't know where that voice was coming from.
As
I
long
was
as-
concerned. I
On the
thought,
fire code, even on the house being next to it, it just says 20 feet. If it's 20 feet off that property line, good. Or between another property. Just to keep the 10 off of there.
thank you, sir. You have any numbers yet, Mr. Andrew, or,
My connection's being really slow.
sir?
My connection's being really slow. But we could possibly ask the applicant how large their fire tent is, if they know in feet.
I don't know exactly. Mr. Billy, you just want the size of the lot, don't you?
Yes, sir. Mayor, like I said, we can identify what's vacant now based on GIS, and we can get the approximate distances later.
All right, so I can declare this public hearing closed. It's closed. All right. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
make a motion that we approve case number A, B, and C as written by the planning department, with number C being established in accordance with all code on lot B, and all three being conditional use as required by the planning department.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any more discussion?
And Mr. Mayor, I think just for clarity, I think all of those were approved for 5 years. Isn't that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. That's what it was in the packet.
That's my, put it in there.
All right. You amended your motion. Second still good?
Yes.
All right. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Hostetler.
Aye.
Alderman Dodds.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor and 1 opposed. All right, we are down to letter D. This is a public hearing. I also declare it open. Mr. Andrew.
Yes, thank you. Looks like we got case number 2025-026. This case is a request by Prentice Mitchell to construct a permanent electronic changeable message sign at 2496 Goodman Road West for the purpose of advertising a year-round parking service on the parcel, as well as any other business or service that may exist on site in the future. The applicant previously presented a similar case in 2024, but specifically for a permanent monument sign to advertise for seasonal businesses on that parcel, such as fireworks, among other things. The eventual approval by the Board of Aldermen was given for a temporary sign to exist on site for only when a seasonal business is in operation. The applicant maintains that this is not what the request was for, and the applicant is now wishing to present a new monument sign with different dimensions to advertise for a year-round service provided on site. The new design will conform to the 8-foot height maximum and the 40 square foot sign face area maximum, as well as the 10-foot distance minimum from the right-of-way. The intention of the applicant is to have a sign with similar dimensions and capabilities as the permanent electronic changeable message sign at 1690 Goodman Road West, which is the Century Car Wash sign. So we have the aerial imagery up there. You have that L-shaped lot owned by the applicant. On the next view, we have the zoning. This is a C3 lot, so the paved parking area to the west, which is also owned by the applicant, is C3. And then the shopping center to the west of the applicant's properties is zone C4, and the property to the east of the applicant's properties is C4. And on the next image, we have the submitted site plan for this lot. So shown above is the site plan indicating the general location of the proposed sign, as well as the general location of the proposed parking spaces. And then on the next screen, you got the image of the sign rendering. And as I stated, this it conforms to the height requirement and the width requirement and the square footage requirement. And if you scroll down a little bit more, we got shown above is the proposed design of the sign. It will not exceed 8 feet in height. It will not exceed 40 square feet. The proposed dimensions will be 8 feet tall with a 39 square foot face. And then for the planning staff review and comments, if I can just zoom through this, I have that the proposed sign will exceed the 20% electronic face maximum. The applicant has pointed out that this is understood, and the dimensions being proposed are intentional, as he finds it true that the city of Horn Lake is fine with the car wash on the same road, which is at 1690 Goodman Road West, the Century Car Wash, as them having an electronic changeable message sign with a face exceeding this 20% maximum. And we included pictures right there. We included pictures for everyone to see. And so as part of the review process by the Planning Commission for any conditional use permit, they had to look at, will this substantially increase fire hazards? Will this substantially increase traffic hazards? Will this adversely affect the character of the neighborhood? Will this adversely affect the general welfare of the city? Will this overtax public utilities or communities? Will it be in conflict with the comprehensive plan? And after looking at everything, the planning staff did not see it conflicting with any of that criteria. Then we have the Planning Commission meeting minutes. And then going to the conclusion, the Planning Commission recommended approval on this one, 6-0. And our conclusion is the planning staff recommends approval as presented. When looking at the long-term possibilities for the lot, the installation of a permanent monument sign 10 feet from the right-of-way at the center point of the property line is an excellent location for a sign, but this is only due to the fact that the applicant already owns the parcel directly to the west. That parcel is primarily a parking lot with a driveway entrance connecting to Goodman Road West, currently used as overflow parking by the restaurant on a separate lot. With the high likelihood of these two lots being combined in the future, this would create a logical site design that would remove the need to use the curb cut on the eastern parcel owned by the applicant, which could have a perfectly placed sign in front of a potentially future building on the lot. So if you look below in that imagery there, that is the future potential maximized for that lot, where if you combine everything, you get that yellow shape, and then just a random orange shape in there, that could be a future building. And basically, it leaves a perfect spot for this sign. And so having that sign there would actually cut off that current curb cut on the eastern side, which would force everybody to drive in on that western side. And this is a very typical layout of a site plan that we would get. So we're just thinking like way down in the future, what this could look like if there's a monument sign there permanently. And then that concludes the presentation.
Anybody on the board have any questions for Mr. Andrew? Alderman Geis.
When you mentioned one of the uses being parking, what kind of parking? For the restaurants or people to park vehicles to store them, or what are you referring to?
From what I understand, it's right now overflow parking. That's the way I've gathered that to be. I've had no proposal for anything permanently stored.
Alderman Young.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew, this is what, the third time this has been up before us?
I believe, I only remember once before, but for a request for a monument sign.
Okay. Well, it's really whatever. The ones that we just talked about, A, B, and C, those other three locations there, would they also be allowed to put an ECM up there?
They would have to go through this same exact process. It's a conditional use requirement.
But they qualify for an ECM.
I'm thinking about zoning right now.
Probably not.
I would have to look that up. I believe, this is a C3 zone. It's a vacant lot. If the others are C3 and vacant, they can come up here and do the exact same request.
The definition of a billboard. You familiar with that?
Yes, that is a sign that advertises.
That lot, there's not a building on A, B, and C. So if there was ECMs placed on any of those, they would not fall under a sign permit. They would fall under a billboard permit.
I don't think that's correct. A billboard is something that advertises a business or a service that is not on that property.
What is this going to do?
This is going to advertise something on the property.
What?
So, for example, if the applicant wanted to advertise, say, the Mexican restaurant or the ice machine, that would be a billboard because it's on a separate lot. But if you advertise something on your own property, on that exact lot, it is not a
What's on that
billboard.
property that would be advertised?
I'm sorry?
What is on that property that would be advertised?
Parking.
Parking?
Yes, sir.
Or you need an ECM to advertise parking in the city of Horn Lake?
We're just here to present the request.
You're serious about that?
He's just presenting what.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Just really asking that.
Parking and anything else that would be on the lot to avoid the designation of billboard.
What is anything else?
That would be a question for the applicant.
So you don't know what else is on that lot?
Gravel and parking.
Fireworks stands, just like the other three that you just said probably wouldn't qualify because it would be a billboard.
So the applicant has the lucky circumstance of having a separate piece of property that's paved where people do park. Now, as I've said in the previous cases, we've always been really lenient here on fireworks tents. And so typically...
We're talking about an ECM.
Yes, I'm also talking about site plans. We typically don't allow site plans to be on two separate pieces of property. But since this applicant owns the parking on the west side, which is paved asphalt, striped parking, he's always put his tent on the gravel on the eastern lot. So we've always just let him have that site plan. Now, to get back to the billboard designation, this exact request is just to get away from that billboard designation.
A billboard is anything that is sitting on another piece of property that advertises something that is not there.
Yes.
There's nothing there.
I mean, that's totally fair to
Use
point out.
permit for that piece of property for a fireworks building, which is fine.
That's up to the board to determine if parking is or isn't a service or...
Mayor, can I please complete my sentence without being interrupted?
Please, Mr. Hendry.
There's nothing there. I did not understand, and maybe it's my fault, that I didn't understand that parking was so needed in the city of Horn Lake. If there was a building there, even if he had a building where he sold fireworks 365 days a year, I wouldn't have a problem with that. He doesn't. This is a conditional use permit for 5 years. What if that doesn't get renewed in 5 years because of issues that we've had with this piece of property and the conditional use is shot? What are we going to do with that billboard?
I mean, a conditional use can be 1 year.
I mean, what are we going to do with that billboard? You're looking into the future, so I'm asking you to look into the future.
I mean, I'm totally fine with having developers take down signs if we have to. That's fine with me. I mean, there's a lot of signs that need to be taken down. So I'm fine with that too.
Is there another ECM sign in the city of Horn Lake where there is not a building?
I cannot think of one. I don't believe there is.
The answer would be no, that's correct.
There, other than billboards, which are different.
Right.
Yeah, and,
So that would qualify this to be a billboard, just by the use of what we've got going on in the city of Horn Lake.
it really depends on what gets put on that screen, whether or not it's a billboard or not.
Thank you, Mayor.
If I may, I know that you're the messenger, and I know that you have to, if someone asks something for the board, you have to present it. So I appreciate that. And I have a question. Number one, I think Mr. Prentice is correct about, I know it's more than 20% of the sign to be electronics, but it was allowed somewhere else, so I think that he's asking a fair thing right there. All I want to know is all that's outlined in yellow, can you pull it back up, please? This is the size of the lot, right? Now,
It's 2 lots and he owns all of that land.
yes, sir. Now, Mr. Prentice, it says he needs this sign because he's going to have a business there. Parking, public parking, is that correct?
As what we had put in the report was a service, and so if he wanted to advertise his service, we didn't see anything against the ordinance on that.
I'm not saying yea or nay, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, because from what I read in the packet, it seemed like this was going to be a parking lot. Which cities have parking lots? They're all over every city. But would the parking lot be all the land that's inside the yellow lines? Or should I wait and ask Mr. Mitchell that?
I mean, it'd be more accurate to ask the
Okay.
applicant.
I'll wait till Mr. Prentice comes up then.
And but also, please bear in mind that this proposal is set up to also have a fireworks tent where that orange square, that orange rectangle is. So in the future, it could be a fireworks tent every year, twice a year, until he one day might want to. Maybe he builds a pavilion there for a farmer's market. Maybe he builds a building one day. Maybe one day the city of Horn Lake will allow fireworks sales in a pavilion or
Yes,
in a
sir.
building.
May I interrupt you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prentice is presenting this request tonight for the electronic sign and stating the reason for it is that's going to be a parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And yes, sir.
Because if we can't talk about what might be here in 5 years, we have to go by what Mr. Prentice presented here.
Yes,
He
sir.
wants
From
approval of this sign because he wants that to be public parking.
what we understand is he wants to sell fireworks every year.
But
And
to
then one day
have
in
the
the
sign up, because like Alderman Young pointed out, the fireworks tents are just temporary. Mr. Mitchell is asking for a really nice monument sign, and he believes it qualifies because there is going to be a business there. And that business is going to be a parking area because the fireworks tents come and go. His request is for the sign for a parking area. If I might
Yes,
have
sir.
misunderstood it.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, if it's the parking area, would it be all those areas in yellow?
There is some marks on one of the previous drawings.
Well, all I'm asking for is because I don't want Mr. Prentice to get caught cold or blindsided when he comes up here, because if we have a lot for public parking, it required to be paved.
I know if you build a building,
But we're not talking about a building. We're talking about a sign for a public parking thing. I just don't want Mr. Mitchell to get caught blind. If the board says, yeah, go do it, then come up and say, hey, you got to spend a bunch of money to make it paved.
I
just
totally
want him to
agree.
be aware of everything that goes. But if required to be paved, if it's public parking,
I don't recall that in the ordinance, but I can definitely check on that.
sure, because we don't want him to get caught cold. All right, that's all my questions for you, sir. Alderman Klein.
Well, my understanding, in talking with my planning guy that came out from y'all's planning meeting, is The only reason he's qualifying now for that sign is because it's a year-round business. There's, in the ordinances, we're saying it's seasonal, he can't. So he's gonna have a year-round parking business is what he's submitting to us. Is that correct?
What was your question about the first part, the year-round?
Parking.
No, you said a sign can only be allowed.
We had turned it down before because it
Yes,
was seasonal.
The board rejected that on the basis.
The basis is seasonal.
He didn't have a year-round permanent business there.
Right.
And he couldn't have a permanent monument sign.
And so he
That was
coming
the
back,
board.
right, now he's coming back and he's saying, okay, I'm gonna have a year-round business, it's gonna be a parking lot business.
Yes, sir, that was the basis for this coming back.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Anybody else? Alderman Johnson.
Mr. Andrew, do you know what else may be advertised on this sign? I know we've already spoken about the parking. Could it be any other stores or any other business in that area being advertised on that sign as well?
From what I understand, this cannot be a billboard, so therefore, whatever he puts on the screen, he's free to put whatever he wants on that screen as long as it's advertising what's going on that lot.
I know before it was mentioned that if something was going on here in Horn Lake, that he would put that on the billboard. That's one reason why I asked.
Yeah, when it gets into like public messaging, that is very tricky. I'm not going to answer either way on that. Because I know he said something about like storm alerts, or if the city of Horn Lake needed some urgent message to go out. I do remember that being brought up. But as far as like the legality of that qualifying or not qualifying as a billboard, I'm not sure about that.
Anybody else, or would y'all like to ask Mr. Mitchell to come forward? Alderman Guys.
Since the business is parking, has he gone through planning to get business permits for a parking business?
No, sir, I do not believe so.
And if it's a business that's a parking business, do they have to charge money for parking?
The way it's been presented to us is it's a service, not a business. So you're in an area now that I don't have any clue on. on the service as opposed to a business. I'll leave that with our attorney.
Say something.
Well, I actually want to follow up on that, Mayor, because in our use chart of our zoning ordinance, it lists parking, automobile parking lot or garage, no 18-wheeler parking, and it's listed as a conditional use for C3. So wouldn't he have to get a conditional use permit in order to operate a public parking lot on that parcel?
Mm-hmm.
yes, after, of course, the ECMS, if the ECMS is allowed.
Just seems strange to me to get a signed conditional use permit before you get your conditional use permit for the ordered use of the property.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Alderman Guys.
that was my point. I don't have an issue with the sign for that business, but it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. We need to approve the business and then the advertising for that business, which I am fine with. But we're approving a sign for a business that will be conditional use that's going to have to go through that process. So I'm thinking he needs to apply for that, go through that process, and then once we approve the parking business, then even if it's a free donated parking thing, then we address the sign.
Yes, sir. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, but obviously he wants to use this also for fireworks advertising.
Oh, absolutely, and I understand that. I'm just thinking, we approve this sign today. Not very long from now, there's going to be a new mayor and board of aldermen up here. And when that business comes through and then they say no, then he's got a sign out there for something that he can't operate.
Yeah, sir, there's always that risk. I mean, this happens all the time with site plans and rezonings and, like the club car wash, going out there to, repaint it and everything before their conditional use is approved. We've always just left it up to the developer to take those risks, and just let the board decide what they decide when it comes to that time.
Anyone else? All right, this is a public hearing. Mr. Mitchell, did you want to come forward, or?
I have questions, yeah.
All right, anyone have a question for Mr. Mitchell? Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak on this issue, either in favor or opposed, or just have some questions? Alderman Guys.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can answer it, not really.
Are you planning on going and getting what's necessary to have that part of your business there as far as the parking?
Prentice Mitchell, 3774 Conrail Circle. Before I answer your question, Mr. Geis, it's unfortunate that a lot of applicants in the city of Horn Lake gets gracious passes to have something done and then address it later. I'm just the opposite, as you guys see. You want me to fix anything that you come up with right now before you approve something. I love fireworks. I'm not against Mr. Wilson, but the ordinance says it's supposed to be on a vacant lot. And we just saw everybody whitewash that whole thing. We did it in the past. Let them go forward. Keep doing it. Now we're talking about the new mayor may come down and they may not like it. Well, if you're giving everybody fair opportunities, as Mr. Young spoke, let's just be fair to everybody. Yes, I will, Mr. Geis. Go through the necessary other requirements if they're presented to me. No problem. Not a problem.
I'm assuming you weren't told you would need a permit.
I was not. Okay. So, and I have no problem doing it. Okay. It may take me 2 months to put the sign in the ground. That'll give me time to come back and forth to do the conditional use for the parking. But let me make this very clear. I'm not trying to hide, deceive, go around anything. That's my piece of property. I want to utilize it to its full potential. Period. And I should be able to. I really should be able to. I keep it clean. I do what I'm supposed to do. Okay? But you guys, I speak as a whole, give me a hard time. Especially Mr. Young. For whatever reasons they are. For whatever reasons. I should be able to be successful. And you guys should want to help me be successful. I'm not trying to build a billboard, Mr. Young. Ironically, I'm in the billboard business, Mr. Young, if you didn't know that. So when you speak about these things about off-premise signs, I know exactly what a billboard is. It's to advertise something on a piece of property that's not on that property. I never intend to do that. I don't want to do that. But whatever is on that property that belongs to me on that property, I will use that sign to advertise for that product because it belongs to me. I'm not going to advertise for a scooter across the street because that's a different property. That is a billboard. I don't plan on using this sign for a billboard. You have me on the record saying that. My application does not say that. So to assume anything other than that is not being fair. Are there any other questions?
Anybody on the board?
Yeah.
Mr. Geis, Alderman Geis.
What other businesses besides fireworks do you plan on having on there? I know we approved in the past you selling holiday stuff and all that, and you've had a haunted house in the past. Are you planning on continue opening those up, advertising them during those seasons on your board?
Yes, sir. That is a desire of mine as a business owner to have very good businesses on this property, something I think will be successful. And we talked about putting the cart before the horse. Well, I don't want to open up a business on this property and not knowing I'm going to be able to be successful. And one of the ways of being successful is advertising.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be pointless for me to continue to open up businesses. The haunted house didn't do so well, if you guys don't know. Nobody really knew that it was a haunted house. They thought I was selling fireworks. You know why? Because the banner I had out there was dark at night for a haunted house, guys.
Yeah.
So help me, really help me. Help me. And the people who actually came and saw this haunted house, they loved the idea. They never had one in Horn Lake, or if they do, they don't remember. But I couldn't be successful because nobody knew it was a haunted house. That sign will help me with that business, the lawn care business. Why would I put goods out there if they don't know it's for sale? How would they know if I don't have a way to advertise? So it's pointless as a business owner to not have a plan in place, Mr. Young. This is all this is. This is a plan. Okay? I got to know I can advertise before I put all these products on here that cost me money. It's pointless for me to go out and buy this stuff if I don't know I'm going to be able to succeed. And one of those things is having a way to advertise on my property, not for other people, Mr. Young. I don't know where this misunderstanding is coming from. Billboard. This was the same thing he brought up last time. Billboard. It's to throw everybody off. And I'm not trying to be defensive. It's just a fact. It's to throw everybody off, Mr. Young. And it's unfortunate. You guys should want to help me be successful here. And I'm going to add one more thing before I take my seat, if you guys don't have any questions. You all may not remember this, but Mayor Lattimore has been here for quite some time. I had a cell phone business at Tulane and Goodman in that strip right here. One of the main reasons why I wasn't successful is because that monument sign the words for everybody's business was so small. Okay, when I first opened up, I thought about putting a wind feather in the ground, and I don't think any of y'all was here, but I remember one of the ordinances, one of the code enforcement officers coming to my place of business and telling me that the wind feather was against the ordinance. Now, before that officer came, when I had that wind feather out there, I did really good. But as soon as that little small thing went away, my business went down really because of that. I really contributed to that. I called Mayor Lattimore. I know you don't remember this.
Yeah, I do.
I called Mayor Lattimore, and we may disagree on what was actually said, but what I remember you saying is that you didn't want a circus in town. You may say I didn't say those words, but that's what I heard. Okay.
I didn't understand what you said, sir.
I brought up the fact that I was contacted about the wind feathers, and they told me to call the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you were running things back then. You still do now, but you're running what you said go back then, man. Okay?
Okay.
So I called the head person, which is you. Okay? I want to do what's right. And you told me, you told me some nice things also. I'll give you that. But you told me you didn't want the wind feather because you felt like it'll bring a circus to Horn Lake. Well, my business didn't last much longer in Horn Lake. But I tell you guys, I'm here now. I'm back again. I've been here. I've been selling these fireworks for 4 years. It don't seem like 4 years. But I'm still determined to have a successful business in Horn Lake. And that should speak volumes to you guys that I'm not coming and going. I live here. Okay? I believe in clean community. All those things. And I'm not trying to start a business that's detrimental to Horn Lake. Not at all. I'm doing the same thing somebody else has been doing. But I'm the one being targeted every time I want to do the very thing other than the sign. I'm talking about fireworks. But when it comes to fireworks, you guys know I'm getting targeted. I got people riding. One of you all sitting up here, and I know this long-winded, but sometimes you have to clear the air. I'm sure you guys can agree that. I had one of the aldermen in the driving lane, the passing lane of Goodman Road, taking video of my tent last fireworks season. It's just some unnecessary things that happen. You know, Mr. Boston came in there before him and his wife. I don't think that was appropriate because they wasn't in there to patronize my business. They wanted to make sure I was following the rules. And I know Mr. Boston remember this, but I asked him, did you go in Mr. Wilson's tent? And he told me no. So I've been targeted, and I continue down this path to keep coming back to do business the right way. Okay, but you guys, as a whole, decide against it for whatever reasons. Misconceptions, misunderstandings, throwing words out there to derail this whole thing. I want to put a parking lot here to provide a service. It is a business. And if I have fireworks there, if I have seasonal goods, if I do a haunted house, if I sell flowers and plants, that sign will help me advertise those businesses. It doesn't make sense for me to put the business there and then try to get a sign.
Well, I know you're a very intelligent gentleman, because you convinced me about the further signs, because on the agenda tonight is to allow.
All these years later, Mayor. Right.
I know, but you're aware then, and I want to make sure I'm correct on this, Mr. Mitchell. Anytime he puts a different business in there, will he have to come for a conditional use for it?
He has to get a business license for each business.
Each business.
It's a business license.
Please, I don't know how the board's going to vote, but please give Mr. Mitchell the information. I'm not sure about whether it's required to be paved either, but I don't want him to go in there and then we'll say, oh, there's going to be another $80,000 for you to pave that lot. But I hate you feel like you're targeted.
Well,
I hate you do, but we need to move on, because all of us are just being repetitious right now. But believe me, I have my own business, so I admire somebody who wants to have their own business and work hard and do right. So,
if you don't mind me, I want to add one thing.
Sure, yes, sir.
Just quick, really brief. I'm not as astute as Andrew when it comes to these ordinances, especially as Mr. Campbell. But I did not find anything in the ordinance that prohibits what I'm asking for.
I'm not saying it is. I just want to be sure that if there is something that's going to cost you extra money, you know about it on the front end. I'm trying to assist you in some way there, to provide you information you may need, sir.
Thank you.
If you take it the wrong way, I'm sorry you do.
I don't.
But it wasn't meant that way.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
All right, anybody else have any more questions for Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor.
Alderman Bledsoe. I apologize, Alderman Bostic.
You can target.
The main thing is, if you get your permit, so you're gonna do parking, all this is a moot point. You come back, then we okay the sign or whatever, because you know what's on the sign. Is that not right, Mr. Planning Director?
I mean, they're two different requests, so I don't know if, I guess y'all can condition one on the other. I'm not sure. If y'all want to do that, y'all can do that, but the way we've always done it is, if the applicant wants to do it in pieces, we send it in pieces. If they want to do it all together, they do it all together.
Will you want to say something?
Mr. Mayor, that was one of the suggestions I was going to give is if you want to move past the sign issue, it can be approved subject to Mr. Mitchell getting approval or issuance of any permits for any business or use he wants to put on that property, including conditional use permits if they're required.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Klein.
And I want to add also, because I want to go back to, the parking has made that business there now, not a seasonal, it's a permanent year-round business. And that's why you're now qualifying to be able to have a digital sign. That's why it's being brought to us. Otherwise, if it was still seasonal, it couldn't be, because we've got all these lots that we're approving tonight that they can turn around and ask for a digital sign and they're seasonal. And I think we'd have to do it based on what, if it was presented as seasonal. So he's got to, from my understanding, he needs to make it permanent. And if we can do it based on that he has that done, into conditional use, then we can make this thing work tonight.
All right, sir. Anyone else? All right. Alderman Bostic.
I guess since we got the cart before the horse, could he not apply for the what he needs, then do the parking lot and we could table this and then approve both of those items in the same meeting? Is there any way you could squeeze that in on a planning commission meeting?
I gotta put it in the newspaper a substantial amount of time ahead of time. But theoretically, yes, you can all, it can be tabled, it can be put together with another, with another meeting. You can condition this one, you can pass this one on the condition that he basically gets granted the other conditional use permit.
But what I'm saying is the sign is for a permanent business, and he doesn't have a permit to do that as a person, as a permanent business right now in order to approve that sign up.
Correct, there is no.
So we would be doing it incorrectly if we approved that when he hadn't done that part yet. That's why I said, could we do it later and do it all together?
I mean, we could still prevent him from using that. Well, you know, conditional uses can be revoked. Conditional use permits can be revoked. So if there's anything that goes wrong on the site, the board has the power to revoke any of these conditional use permits. I mean, I've seen the board approve other cases, other conditional use permits where not everything was worked out on site. So you could approve this on the condition that these things get worked out in the future, or you can reject it until you see all those things get done. So it's literally either way. You're allowed to do either way.
I have no problem approving it. I just want to make sure we do it the right way, and that's why that was just a suggestion of trying to get it all done at one time.
I mean, honestly, this was very difficult for the planning department. He's also got the temporary businesses there on top of that, this proposed year-round service. So we just wanted to give it to you as soon as possible.
Alderman Geis.
Just, I want clarification. My understanding was he applied for a conditional use for this sign, and we rejected it because we as a board had an issue with digital reader signs on a bunch of blank lots all over the city, empty lots. There could be, but I wasn't aware there was an ordinance that said you couldn't have one on a blank lot. I thought that was our preference and that conditional use. So I guess if we approve it, is it a violation of any ordinance?
Alderman Geis, we actually didn't reject it last time. We approved his application, but it was conditioned upon the sign being a temporary portable sign. So we approved his application with some conditions. He just didn't like those conditions. So we've got a new application with another business added to it.
But there's no ordinance that says you can't have a digital reader sign if there's not a permanent business there.
Correct.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience have any remarks, comments?
I need to ask Mr. Mitchell something.
Mr. Mitchell, Alderman Tennessee.
I'm sorry.
I'm wearing you out.
It gives me just a second. I gotta get Brown back up here a minute. Could you do the citizens a favor as the ones that travel up Hurt Road to Goodman, and in the back of your lot, you have a spotlight that's up in the air right there that shines down into where you do your sales at. It's a little high above your tent right there as you're coming up Hurt Road to Goodman Road. Mm-hmm. Is there any way you could lower that light down? It's kind of distracted. I'm just asking, any way you could lower that down or point it down to where it's not shining back onto people coming up Hurt Road? I was just asking if you could.
I'm trying to get a vision of it now, because my lot actually is not on Hurt. It's on the other side of that building.
I know, but the way you have the light angled, it's just when you come up Hurt Road, you see that big spotlight right there. It's kind of blinding right there above the tent in that back corner.
It's on the back end of the lot?
The back end of the lot shining towards Hurt Road.
Well, those,
You can't see it. When you get it up there, if it's still that high, then I'll just come over there and show it to you.
That's fine. I don't want to have the light on the road.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah, no problem.
Just that one.
But it's not year round, right?
No. So whenever you have that portable light thing, the portable light on the back left hand of the property, the northwest corner of the property, shining back towards.
So let me understand. So that portable light, which is back where those garbage cans are at?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying that shine over into Hurt Road?
It shines straight across Goodman Road down.
It shine across from the back lot.
By Mapco coming up.
Not a problem. You can angle it.
Yeah, if you could angle that down or lower it, that'd be great. I appreciate that.
I understand.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody have anything for Mr. Mitchell?
It's a testament.
Right, you thought you were getting away, Mr. Mitchell.
It's a testament. I really want to work with you guys. I have no problem wanting to, make it work.
Alderman Dupree.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with your sign. But I do have a question about the parking. Is it going to be gravelled? Is it in an ordinance to be gravel or paved? Is it going to be security? How will they pay you? Will it be through an app, or do you have one of those machines like downtown Memphis that you put a card in? I was just wanting to know that.
Mr. Mayor, those things would be handled through the conditional use permit process for that particular use. And the planning commission would address them, and then the board, whenever that is, can address those issues.
Yeah, because it's not a bad idea. I mean, somebody comes in for, out of town or what have you, they don't have enough parking, they can pull over there. I don't have a problem with that.
Go ahead, yes, sir.
That's all.
Okay.
Wait, hold on just a minute, please, sir. Does anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone in the audience have anything in favor of this, opposed to this? Any concerns they wish to voice at this time? Anyone on the board? Oh, Mr. Freeman. Evening, Mr. Freeman.
Good evening, Mayor, Alderman. 1398 Austin Drive, Calvin Freeman. I'm coming before being in favor, but if you're not gonna go to the favor of the guy, I wish to hope you can table it. And so you can see what he, if y'all, so buy him some time if it is gonna have to be paid or what additional money he gotta come up with before a decision made, and that one here for it. And also, even though they got the business next door, I know that they park in this parking lot. The Mexican restaurant on that, they park on that too, like I'm saying. I don't see no money transfer and all that. But with that, what I'm saying, I go and see if you could table it, or if you're okay with it, before you make a decision on it, to help them save money, which I brought forward. But I'd like to see an even playing field. With that, I'll pass. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Freeman? Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Anyone? This public hearing is now closed. Sir, it's time for motions. Sir, All right, it's time for motions. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
I move that we have a conditional use permit request for electronic changeable mesh sign at 2496 Goodman Road West.
May I ask for clarification? Are you saying you're approving the sign, or you want to wait till you get the conditional use approved?
The conditional use approval on D.
All right, so you want to approve, you just want to straight say approve it with nothing about?
We can approve it upon the conditions that we've spoken about.
Like, he has to get a conditional use for a parking lot. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion by Alderman Johnson to approve letter D with the contingency that a conditional use for a parking lot be granted. Is that correct, ma'am? All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Alderman Geis is second. All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry.
just to be consistent with other ECMS those are usually approved for 5-year periods. Would that be included as well?
Yes.
Second still good? With 5-year? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any more discussion? Alderman Bledsoe.
We found out if it has to be blacktop or not. Did he say it's a good?
Well, he has to,
I mean, we approved it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't want him to put down gravel and next time we tell him he gotta help ask.
well, that's what I was bringing up the whole issue about, was so Mr. Prentice would know.
Yeah.
Because I really don't know that. I didn't want him to get caught cold. All right. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Boston.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Cruz.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Hey. Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Happy Easter, Mr. Prentice. Thank you now. All right. We're down to letter E, which is also a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew.
This case is a request by Rebecca Ray to amend the text of the zoning ordinance to decrease the minimum acreage required for all used car dealerships and C4 zones to be 1 acre with the 100-foot minimum lot frontage width. Currently, our zoning ordinance only allows a used car dealership to exist in the zones of C3, C4, M1, and M2, and only with a conditional use permit. Additionally, as shown in the footnotes in the zoning use chart, any used car dealership in C3, M1, and M2 must be on at least 2 acres and have a 150-foot minimum lot frontage. Any used car dealership in C4 must be on at least 3 acres and have a lot frontage that is at least 150 feet wide. The applicant, Rebecca Ray, is currently trying to sell her residential single-family home at 6501 Highway 51 North, and this property is zoned C4. According to the applicant, the only desirable offer made to the applicant was by a developer who was interested in turning the property into a used car dealership. However, when speaking with planning staff about this possibility, the applicant was told that this property was not large enough, being approximately 1.1 acres and having a lot that is approximately 110 feet wide at the street. So, up on the screen there, we got the current text. Below is a screenshot of the area in the use chart showing used car dealership, and below that is the text of both footnotes referenced in that row. So, you got the C there and the C there with footnote 33, footnote 34, and those commercial lots. And that's a direct screenshot of our use chart. So, if you scroll down to the next screen, we got footnote 33 and footnote 34 fitting out right there. And so it shows the minimum dealership size in footnote 34 is 3 acres and the minimum 150 feet of road frontage on principal entrance. It passed everything else, but it failed those 2 criteria. So out of all the possibilities for an amendment to be made, the simplest one that would make the most sense for the city and for the applicant would be to change the wording of footnote 34, number 1, to show 1 acre instead of 3 acres, and to also change number 2 to show 100 feet instead of 150 feet. This would allow the landowner to request a conditional use permit for a car dealership.
Excuse me, can I interrupt just a
Yes,
minute
sir.
before you get past that? So in essence, you're asking us to change the ordinance.
This request is to amend the ordinance. Now, that sentence I just read, just like with other cases, they wanted to break this one up as well. They want to amend the ordinance to basically be allowed to then request a conditional use. So even after this, they would still have to come back later and then get that conditional use permit in a different meeting. But right now, for tonight, this is just amending the text.
Okay, so, and I noticed somewhere in here, that if the board did consider doing this, they could insert in there that it would be just for the lots along Highway 51?
Yes, that is one of the scenarios. You can include that or not include that. But, I mean, that's just to make it more restrictive. If the board doesn't want a lot of used car lots across the city.
Excuse me, thank you for letting me interrupt.
Yes, sir, thank you. The city could amend both footnotes in the same motion, but this would result in both footnote 33 and footnote 34 saying the exact same things, which may not make sense. On the other hand, if you only change footnote 34, it can be awkward letting the industrial zones have a more strict acreage requirement than the C4 zone. Overall, planning staff agrees that either option would be an acceptable amendment, but making the requirements less strict in just the C4 zone would obviously create the fewest possibilities for used car dealership requests in the future. The applicant provided the planning department with a letter and a report supporting the request, where one of which explains how few properties may actually be affected if this request were to be granted. Additionally, the city could possibly apply this change to just the lots along Highway 51. And then I've included copies of the letter, the handwritten letter, and the report from the applicant. So you can scroll past that. I'm sure everybody's read that. And then we got, this was also submitted by the applicant, a little study on ordinances in other cities in DeSoto County and DeSoto County itself. And so you can scroll down to my typed area. We have the Planning Commission meeting minutes, which I'm sure everybody read, and then Planning Commission recommended approval of this, passed it 6-0. And so in conclusion, in order to help the applicant with getting her property sold and to also prevent the proliferation of used car dealerships throughout the rest of Horn Lake, we think it would make the most sense to simply change only footnote 34 to show a minimum acreage requirement of 1 acre and a minimum frontage requirement of 100 feet. If the Board of Aldermen desires, it may be possible to limit these looser regulations to just the properties touching Highway 51. And so I wrote a little piece here in the highlighted area where footnote 34 could read as follows. Number 1, minimum dealership size, 3 acres, except for the properties adjoining Highway 51 North, where the minimum shall be 1 acre. And number 2, minimum 150 feet of road frontage on principal entrance, except for the properties adjoining Highway 51 North, where the minimum shall be 100 feet. And then the rest unhighlighted is the current text. And that concludes the presentation.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Andrew? Alderman Bledsoe.
I don't know if this is the right time or not. It says it's off. Okay, anyway, you have a used car lot, not a junkyard. We got hoodwinked on one that had a used car and they had more junk in the back than they did in the front. So the main thing, I don't want a junkyard, so.
Yes, sir, and the planning department also does not want any junkyard of any kind. So this will go through as we said before, when it goes through another conditional use permit request, you're required to turn in a site plan for those conditional use requests, and that is where we can be very tough. We can require paved, curb and gutter, perfect drainage. You can specify the number of parking spots, where the parking is going to be. You can specify screening with landscaping. You can specify architecture. It's a perfect opportunity to be extra strict when that time comes.
We had one before, somehow we got hoodwinked on it.
If I understand correctly, right now the issue before the board is just a text amendment to change the ordinance. It's not approval or disapproval of a used car lot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's nothing to do with
It's not site specific.
Approval of a car lot, it's just to change the requirements. And if they do now, if this comes to fruition and there is a used car lot there, do they have to have a shop in the back of the office? If they do repairs, they're required to have a shop, aren't they?
I mean, the
There's
footnote,
enough room for all that, is what I'm getting at.
we just go by with what the footnote says. So just real quick, right now, it's 3 acres, 150 feet on the front entrance, 20 feet of landscaping on, landscape buffer along all road frontages. All parking surfaces must be paved, asphalt, or concrete. So for these, no gravel. Any motor vehicle repair must be fully screened and behind the principal structure on the lot, and no temporary buildings may be on the lot. So they would be required to do all vehicle repair behind the principal structure. Currently.
And that would mean that it had to be a permanent structure for repairs, or if they just
Yes, sir. The way
have to be screened is all it says.
You have to have 20 feet of landscape buffer along all road frontages. All vehicle repair has to be behind the principal structure, and no temporary buildings may be located on the lot.
All right, sir. But again, to reiterate, we're just here tonight. What we're talking about is just the text amendments to the ordinance.
Yes, sir. The request tonight is just to switch that to 1 acre instead of 3 acres, and then 100 feet instead of 150 feet on the front. And if y'all want, only along Highway 51. And of course, this is for this C4 zone.
Thank you, sir. Anyone on the board have any questions? Alderman Klein.
So can we make this just lots, specific, or we have to?
I don't believe you're allowed to do that. I mean, I'm gonna have to.
Zoning, I believe.
I'm sorry?
That's almost spot zoning.
Right, I don't think we're allowed to do that. From what I understand, in a sneaky way to limit it, I've seen cities limit things to just this highway corridor or just this commercial corridor or something like that, to where you, basically, honestly, you can mask it to be narrow but also widespread. But this right here, we've looked into it, and this will be specific enough to where we're not going to see a huge proliferation of used car lots if you just limit it to C4 and just limit it to Highway 51. And so the motion that I wrote out, we worked really hard on the motion here. It's very specific on just Highway 51 and just these 2 parts of the footnote.
Okay.
But I would definitely stay away from being specific to certain addresses.
Anyone else on the board? Questions? Anyone in the audience, the public? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carter, come forward, please.
Kirby Carter. Kirby Carter, 6465 Cornwall, Horn Lake. I just wanted to throw it out there. It just came before the planning commission. It's because the family is having a hard time selling their house because they're in a particular zone, and that has really limited them to be able to what they wanted to do. So I really think you should listen to what they have to say and why they're asking for this to be changed. I think we really should support it. It's not to try to put a car lot on everything. Like they said, it's just for the text amendment, but this family is really trying to move forward, and because of this particular ordinance, they're not able to do so. So I just feel like you should give them a chance, and I know they haven't had the opportunity to come up yet, but I wanted to go ahead and ask you guys just to kind of open your ear to what they have to say, because this is what's holding them back from being able to move forward as a family.
So how are you basing your support?
For the motion, the possible motion that we had is because they're not able to sell their property because of the particular zoning that it was built in. It is the C4 zone, so that's keeping them from being able to sell their house to just anyone.
Okay, so I want to be clear because Reverend Minor's family is a very well-respected family in this community for decades, and a wonderful minister. But I have to be careful here, so I want to ask Mr. Campbell, if we're changing the zoning just for one person to make the sale, are we leaving ourselves open to spot zoning?
Mr. Mayor, we're not changing the zoning of the property. We're just going to change the text of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so there's no legal problem there about changing just for one particular property owner.
Correct, and I don't think Ms. Carter's arguing that it is.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Yeah. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we just, it was, that we asked that same question in the planning commission to make sure it wasn't like a favoritism thing. That's why we were so particular with the particular motion.
I know, because it's commercial all around.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience, would the family like to come forward? Y'all have any questions for any member of the family? I'm good. Did y'all want to speak? Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Ray or Mr. Ray? Well, come forward. Alderman Dupree has some, ma'am.
I'm Rebecca Ray. My address is 6501 Highway 51 North in Horn Lake, Mississippi. This is my husband, Joe.
Alderman Dupree.
It's not really a question, it's more of a statement.
Excuse me, Alderman, can you turn your mic on or hold it up closer, please? Can't hear you.
This couple reached out to each alderman, an older lady, I think, to have a one-on-one conversation to talk about their problems. That is initiative. That is something that we don't see often. Usually we just get bashed on Facebook before we even get a chance to fix something. But I just want to commend this couple for coming to do that. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank y'all.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank y'all very much. Is there anyone else in the audience? Anyone? In favor or opposed? Anyone on the board? Any department heads? There being none, this public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Bostic.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to approve case number 2025-025 for text amendment proposal to decrease the required anchors for used car dealerships, and add that motion that was suggested to us about being on Highway 51 and the footage change.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. We have a second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any more discussion?
Mayor.
Alderman Geis.
Did they also suggest that it be restricted to C4, or was that necessary?
That's a good question, because I was going to ask.
Mr. Hawkinsmith may correct me, but that particular footnote is just limited to C4, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we're good.
And the motion will be just along Highway 51.
Yes, I put
Okay.
that in there.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank y'all, Mr. Ray, Ms. Ray. Thank y'all. All right, we're down to case F. Does anybody want to break before we start on any of the rest of them? You want to keep rolling? Okay. Oh, he left? I can take a hint. We'll take a break for 10 minutes.
Alderman Johnson.
Everybody ready? Okay. We are ready. We are now public hearing case letter F. Public hearing I declare open is to allow grand opening signage. I think everybody on the board is aware that we've had businesses open up and complain that they're not able to advertise enough to let people know they're there. There were some provisions, and let me make sure I understand this correctly. They could apply for permits, but they had to be up on the building, didn't they?
Yes, sir. Right now, the only thing you can do is apply for a banner permit. And when you get a banner permit, you're only allowed 80 days, and it has to be attached to the building. We've had multiple complaints about this allowance, where a lot of buildings are very far away from the road. A lot of buildings are hidden by trees. A lot of buildings are tucked behind other buildings. And so we've had a lot of businesses say that our banner permit application is pointless for them. It works for some, it doesn't work for others. So today we have a request to allow a special exception for grand opening signage for new businesses that are trying to advertise themselves. Many new businesses prefer to have a grand opening that involves feather flags, pennant flags, bandit signs, yard banners, wall banners, inflatables, as well as other items that draw attention to their buildings. Currently, our Code of Ordinances does not allow any businesses to have feather flags, pennant flags, bandit signs, yard banners, and inflatables in any location at any time. And so, generally, it may not be a good idea to let every business have these items all year round, as this would cause massive clutter all over the city. So it makes sense why there's a ban on this. However, we are thinking that it may be possible to limit this clutter to just the new businesses that open, and only for a limited amount of time. And so, currently, if you look at our current text, which is there in italics, we have a prohibited sign section. And so it's listed in there. We have currently 28 signs, 28 types of signs that are prohibited throughout the city. And then I also put in some text in there showing the exact wording of the section titled Specific Provisions for Temporary Signs Requiring a Permit. And one of those is banners. And so as I said before, only 80 days. Banner can only be 40 square feet. It has to be attached to the building. And so that's all we've got as far as allowances on this kind of stuff. And so typically what happens is a new business will open. They'll just take their chance with code enforcement. Some of them don't check. Some of them don't know. Some of them know and just do it anyway. But they'll put up pennant flags, feather flags, banners, everything they've got, the inflatables, just to draw everyone's attention. And then they get busted a few days later, they put them away. Typically, we've always been really lenient on businesses with grand opening signage. So we just figured, why don't we just permit it and allow them to do the things they've been doing. And so basically, it'll make the most sense to add a new category to specific provisions for temporary signs requiring a permit titled Number 6, Grand Opening Signs for New Businesses. Enumerated in this section could be a language allowing every new business to have any amount of bandit signs, inflatables, feather flags, pennant flags, menu boards, yard banners, and wall banners on their parcel, but only if they fill out an application for a permit, which shall permit them to have such signage for 90 days from the payment date of that permit. This will allow code enforcement to have an exact starting point to measure the permissible time period. Additionally, the city could then allow only the businesses who have opened within 1 year from the date of application to apply for this permit. That way there can be fair parameters on who can use this option. And to fall in line with the Organization About Ordinances and Code, the proposed regulations could read, any business which has received a business license from the City of Horn Lake to operate at an address for the first time at that address may apply for a grand opening signage permit, but only if that new business license is less than 1 year old, which shall allow for a period of 90 days any number of grand opening signage on the parcel containing the address listed on the new business license, which shall include bandit signs, feather flags, pennant flags, yard banners, wall banners, inflatables, and menu boards, and whereas such display does not cause any traffic hazard, safety hazard, or environmental hazard recognized by the city. That is our recommended text in the recommended section. And then I have the Planning Commission meeting minutes. It's showing that the Planning Commission recommended approval as presented, passing 6-0. And so basically the conclusion says, where I just explained the exact wording that we are proposing. And if anyone has any specific questions about that, please let me know. That concludes the presentation.
Anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. Andrew? You know, I think this is great because I know several businesses along, especially Highway 51. I know two specifically. One that's since closed because they were back in that shopping center behind the tag office. And people didn't even know they were there, much less that they were open. I do have some questions about this. Me personally, I don't like the inflatables. They're cute, but they're really junky. And I think 90 days might be a little long, maybe 45 or 60 days.
30.
But that's just me. Anybody on the board have any? Alderman Johnson.
I also want to agree with the mayor. That was one of my questions about the inflatables. There's so many types, and in my mind, I pictured a little green man with the hands flying everywhere. And for 90 days, I do believe that's a long time to have that displayed on your business.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I would say don't forget about the giant cow on top of Chick-fil-A.
Alderman Young.
Well, inflatables would also be bouncy houses, so we really need to be careful about how that's. I think, I'm like you, Mayor, I think 30 days on the sign, on the grand opening is probably long enough, maybe 45. Those flags and those, what do you call them, feather flags or whatever, if they would have been up during this last weather we had here, they wouldn't have made a week. So I think pushing this out to 90 days is going to tatter and tear them. You know, so if we could, I would think, my opinion would be restricted, no more than 45 days is my opinion.
I hadn't thought about the weather effect.
Yeah, because the weather, especially certain times. And I saw on there, Miss Julie, can you go back to page 3, please? I saw something on there. I was trying to, it went so fast I couldn't, right, go up a little bit more. Yeah. All right, maximum of 80 days per year. So they're going to give them 10-day temporary banner permit and maximum of 8 times a calendar year. Where'd you come up with those numbers? How was that determined that would be the language?
Are you talking about for?
But is it any business secret profit not pay may apply for a 10-day temporary banner?
This is a copy and paste from our current ordinance.
I understand, but I mean, do you not think? How did those numbers 8 times? So is that 8 consecutive times, or must there be a week in between, or a month in between, or? I mean, it doesn't say. I'm not trying to make. I'm just looking at the problem.
So
a maximum of 80 days per year. So legally, by that statement, number one, they could come in and apply today for this week, and then come in and apply for another next week, and do it for 80 consecutive days.
Yes, sir.
Well, we just said we didn't think that maybe that would be tore up after that.
Is this this is the ordinance in effect now?
This is a copy and paste from our current ordinance. This is what we currently have.
Okay, and we're going to do away with that 80 days?
No, I was just showing you what we allow.
That's my whole point. We're not going to do away with that.
Correct.
No, it doesn't say that. Banner permit. A banner could be, if we rewrite it the way he just read it, it could be a banner out in the yard or a banner anywhere. It doesn't have to be on.
Only for a business that just opened within the year, and only if they apply for a permit, and only for however many days.
But the
Y'all
banner's
decide.
gonna have to be on the building, or can it be anywhere?
So we're leaving it open to them. If somebody wants to do just feather flags or banners or inflatables or all the above.
That's what I'm saying. So we're allowing them to take it off the building and put it outside, which I don't have a problem with them having a banner out there. That's not the point. 80 days is too long for that banner.
Our proposal is 90 days for grand opening. The 80 days is just, this is what we currently allow.
But you just said a minute ago, Mr. Andrew, that you were not going to strike that.
Correct.
Okay, so it will be in the new ordinance as well, is my point.
Correct. And the reason is, for example, a few months ago, Lenny's has been here for a long time. They recently came in to advertise that they're having breakfast sandwiches. And so they're not a new business, but they bought a permit for a banner and they slapped it up on the building, followed regulations, had the correct size, correct material, attached it to the building, and they advertised a new type of sandwich. That's what this particular application is for. Now, there's some other businesses out there where, for example, I'm going to name them the V-Arcade. We had a business that opened up recently who they're doing arcade like simulation games, but they're at the corner of Nail and 51, which, if you know that building, it's tucked back pretty far. There's a lot of trees blocking the view. He came in for a banner and slapped it up on the building, but it was pointless because his signage is behind the trees, far away from the building. So he really wanted something that would show his new business, that would have, an inflatable, getting people's attention, feather flags out in the lot, something a little more visible. And of course, all the other new businesses that people might not notice if it's just a banner.
And I agree with everything you just said. That's not what I was asking. You're talking about they're going to be able to take the sign off the building, which is fine, and put it out wherever for 80 days. That's what we're saying, right?
It's however many days y'all decide. We just picked 90 days because we thought, just give everybody 3 months. Just get it out of their system. Have it out there. We think 90 days is long, but by that time, we were just assuming that they would get tired of their own sign clutter and take it down 80 days, 70 days, 60 days. So it's totally up to y'all, however long you want that to be out.
When I was in business, the reps would say anything special like that had a 6-week life. After 6 weeks, it was just part of the furniture. That nobody paid any attention to it. Now, this change here is just for grand opening. It's not for anniversaries or anything like that. They can get their other, like Alderman Young said, they can use some of their other days on that. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, they can get up to whatever the board decides, 30 days, 90 days, 60 days for a grand opening. All right. Would that count into their 80 days that are already on the books? Or will they have that 90 days plus?
We were going to stack it, add it, have them independently allowed. We're still going to keep this banner allowance because it's written in the ordinance that we have a permit for it. We were going to keep that. And then in another section, banners is number 1, construction signs is number 2, subdivision location signs number 3, number 4 is live advertising, number 5 is holiday and seasonal decorations. So we're going to add a number 6 for grand opening signage and have them both be their own sections that are allowed and permitted.
Okay.
And to be clear, there's yard banners and there's wall banners, and this number 1 banners section only allows you to have wall banners, so they do have to be attached to the building. Currently, no one's allowed to have yard banners. And yeah, I'll just stop it there. Yeah, it can only be attached to the building right now.
What's a menu board?
That is the foldable boards like that. They're about this tall. They're collapsible like that.
A-frame. An
It's
A-frame.
another name.
Frame.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, sir, Alvin Young.
In that where you said it's a wall board, are you gonna put that wording in that to differentiate between the two types of banners that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. In the motion, I made sure to, I think I wrote in the motion, both yard banners and wall banners. Yeah, so we're going to be permissible for all the different types, just to keep it simple for code enforcement. That way, all they got to worry about is the time limit. So basically, for whatever time limit y'all come up with, we were just going to have it be, y'all just put whatever you have out there, and then once these amount of days are up, you got to take them all up. And of course, that included bandit signs, feather flags, pennant flags, yard banners, wall banners, inflatables, and memo boards.
Anybody on the board have any more questions? Mr. Robinson?
Thank you. I don't know if everybody remembers, Alderman Bledsoe may remember, it's been almost 10 years ago. Keith Browley and I got this going, and he presented it to the board, and even Chief Whaley at that time was in favor of it, and he suggested at that time 30 days, for grand openings and everything, but unfortunately the board voted it down back then. But I think this is a great idea. But I did want to mention, Chief Whaley was talking about 30 days was good too, and he had code underneath him at that time, and he was just saying it would be easier for code to keep up with it if it was a 30-day time frame and not a 90, and they have things dragging out. But I'm glad Andrew's got this back before you all, because we hear it all the time from different businesses. They can't let people know that they're open. So hopefully the board will approve this time, because here almost 10 years later, we're talking about it again.
Anybody else on the board? Alderman Young?
Mr. Billy, I just gotta ask this one question. We just went through this, I don't know, I guess maybe 2 months ago about signs and bandit signs and the time frame and the elections and all that. Does it violate anybody's constitutional rights by putting a time limit on this?
Not that I'm aware of on this specific provision. I can't contemplate any constitutional violation.
No statute or anything? Okay.
That's right.
All right, so that particular case was just strictly about political signs.
Yeah, and we're not trying to regulate what may be on the bandit sign, inflatable, or just menu board or whatever.
But the time frame is what the problem was.
That's right.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the board? Does anyone in the audience have any comments in favor of this, opposed to this? Any questions about it? If you do, please come forward. Me personally, I wish it was less than 90 days. And I would like to see the inflatables still banned. So, is there any more questions? If there's no more discussion, we're going to close it. All right.
Mayor.
Sir. Alderman Dupree. Just say you're in favor of it except for the inflation. All right.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, this public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Dupree.
I'd like to make the motion, case number 2025-046, text amendment proposal to repeal the prohibition for the feather flags, excluding the F.
No,
Case 2025-46.
it's a different case.
Proposal to allow grand open signature exceptions except the inflatables. And 45 days on the time frame.
45 days, Alderman?
Yes.
We have a motion by Alderman Dupree. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Miss Julie.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Austin.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you very much. I hope our business community will use that to increase sales and development in Horn Lake. All right, the next one is a public hearing also. Letter G, which I now declare this public hearing open. Mr. Andrews, please, sir.
This case is a request by the City of Horn Lake to repeal the prohibition of feather flags. The purpose of this request is to allow businesses to have better visibility throughout the year when desired. So, just as in the previous case, I copy and pasted the prohibited signs list here, which of course has the exact same numbers 1 through 28. So we have numbers 1 through 28 prohibited signs. This may lead to a lot of sign clutter throughout the city if we allow the feather flags, but this will consist of only one specific type of sign, as not everyone may want to use feather flags. They consist of one singular pole and can be either stuck into the ground or mounted to a hard surface on a lot. They can be easy for business owners to install and remove. So it could be convenient from both the business standpoint and from a code enforcement standpoint. If there are issues that are created from this, the city could easily reinstate the prohibition at a later time. So I've got the Planning Commission meeting minutes there, and Planning Commission recommended approval of this. And so in conclusion, while approving this proposal will allow businesses to have better visibility, allowing feather flags on every lot all year round may contribute to sign clutter throughout the city. Additionally, feather flags can be dangerous if put in areas close to roadways, as they can sometimes obstruct the view of traffic passing by a driveway entrance. Something may need to be written to prohibit the placement of the poles of feather flags from within 10 feet of any property line adjoining the right-of-way line. While there are many property lines throughout the city that are exceedingly far from the paved roadways, there are also some property lines that sit very close to the pavement. While this distance requirement may be difficult for code officers to enforce, as the code officers and many business owners alike do not have an accurate and reliable way to know where their exact property lines are, it still may be necessary to enumerate this 10-foot buffer as a tool for cases where feather flags are seemingly too close to the roadway and blocking the line of sight for drivers entering the road. Additionally, if repealing this prohibition leads to any negative effects in the city can obviously reinstate the ban or change the distance requirement at a later date. So I have a possible motion written there. The simplest way to do it is just reading this motion, removing that number 10 feather flags, which shall have their poles no closer than 10 feet from any right-of-way. And so that concludes the presentation. If anyone has any questions, let me know.
Well, the use of feather flags, because you notice I was the one that asked for this to be presented to the board, that falls within their 80 days they can have for the year. They can't have a feather flag up all year.
No, sir, so you're allowed to have banners if you apply for a banner permit, and that's in a different section for allowed signs. This is on the banned sign list, and so this request is only to remove feather flags from the banned sign list. So once you remove feather flags from the banned sign list, this then becomes allowed all year round permanently.
Well, I messed up on that. Because I don't think they look good all year long.
I'll just throw this out there. I don't like feather flags.
Sir?
I don't like feather flags. The wind blows them over, they
Cities
lean.
have them, and merchants have asked for them, but I messed up on that because I was putting it down with the 80-day.
We can just drop this case.
Y'all want to just drop it? Sir? Alderman Geis.
Previously, years ago, a business was allowed, because I did it, came down here, got a permit for a finite period of time, and we would either put out the feather flags or we had Miss Johnson's little dancing man. I can't do it like she did. And it was for sales and specific events, and it was limited to a certain amount of time per year and times per year. It wasn't 80 days, I know that. And, so my question is, I like feather flags, I like the little dancing man stuff to advertise a business, but it doesn't need to be all year long, because you could go down Goodman, you'd have flags flying all the way down through there, like Six Flags or something. So why not, like the mayor mentioned, allow them, have a business come down, get a permit, it doesn't have to cost anything for the permit, for a certain amount of time to advertise at Christmas or whatever, a special sale. And then when that time is up, then they go away, and they can do it a certain number of times a year. That makes more sense to me than flags everywhere.
I was just trying to keep it as simple as possible. If we did that, I'd have to make another permit.
I'll write one up for you. It'll take about 2 minutes. To me, that's the solution. It's what the mayor wanted, and it helps the businesses, but it prevents the clutter, because you have a lot of potential problems listed in that, but you don't have that problem if it's limited.
Yes, sir. My only issues was these signs tend to lean over severely in bad weather or when they stand for a long time. And also they tend to be put, and sometimes in some places where if you're trying to pull out of a driveway, they're hard to see around. And so, I don't know. I was trying to keep it to where I'm not limiting it to number per lot or what it's saying on the sign. I don't want to get into any semantics on what this sign is showing or what it's advertising. I want to make it simple for us, make it simple for code enforcement. I don't want to get into measuring the sign heights and what it's saying. So this was the simplest way. But yes, approving this would lead potentially to feather flags all over the city year round.
Well, go ahead, sir.
I was going to suggest, as opposed to us trying to draft something on the fly tonight, perhaps we continue this case to the second meeting in May and let planning staff come up with some ideas more along the lines of what your wishes were.
Well, I appreciate it, but my wishes a lot of times really aren't good. So this might not be one of the good ones.
Alderman Geis's wishes.
Well, Alderman Geis. But what we just passed a while ago, they're permissible for a grand opening.
Yes, sir. Now new businesses can have feather flags for, was it 45 days now?
But I really like what Alderman Geis came up with. Is it all right with the board if we just have this for the second meeting in May? Is that all right with the board? And ask Mr. Andrew and Alderman Geis, since he's familiar with this in the past, if he would, participate in the discussions with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Since this public hearing was declared open, is anybody out there that wants to say anything? The Honorable Bill Edelman, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. No, sir.
All right. This public hearing is now closed. All right. New business. Resolution to claim private property. We have some properties in the city that have not been maintained. The owners have not maintained them. This will give, if passed, this will give the city the authority to go in there and clean them up. And if the city does so, The owner of the property will have to pay the cost of the cleanup plus a fine that can go up to $1,500. All right. Do we have a motion so we can start some discussion? Alderman Bostic.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the resolution for clearing private property of the addresses that are listed.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Johnson. Is there any discussion? Anybody in the audience speak on any of these properties? Excuse me, Mr. Glenn Ashley.
Yes, sir.
We have your,
Can we get 1962 Church Road added to that?
are you talking about right there at the corner?
Yes, sir.
I believe they are doing some work.
We're working on this, but I don't see it up there. I thought we had,
This is new ones.
these are new ones.
These are new ones.
Been on another list.
Wait, hold on.
That was on a permanent list, I believe.
Really? Okay, I just wanted to bring that up.
Miss Belinda, you're still working on that lot down there, aren't you?
Yes, we were there today.
I don't know the
Yeah,
outcome.
I'll-
Okay, 'cause I don't
I'm on
know.
the list to speak.
All right. You have anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Wait, don't run off.
Get that one added.
Don't run up. Anybody on the board have any questions or comments for Mr. Glenn?
Who's this young lady here? Is this a new person?
The new worst nightmare.
It's Miss Kelsey. Mr. Box is,
Replace the ugly guy? Okay, I was just curious.
she's married, Mr. House.
I'm 66.
Thank you, sir. I need a break. Is there any more discussion? Anyone on the board? Anyone? Ms. Belinda, did you have any remarks you wanted to make to the board and to the public concerning these properties? Ms. Belinda is over our code department and done an excellent job. Anyone have any questions, Ms. Belinda? There'll be no more discussion, no more questions. This public hearing is now closed. All right. We hadn't had a motion, had we?
Yes.
Yes, we did. All right. Motion by Alderman Bostic, second by Alderman Johnson. Any more discussion? Roll call, please. Aye.
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 Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Did anyone want another break before we start the next presentation, or are y'all all right? Pardon? Roll. All right. This is about the Path Company and their proposal for a conversion of all the city lighting to LED lights. Mr. Robertson, you've been kind of up on this. You want to bring us up to snuff on it, please, sir?
Yes, sir. I know, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. William and Mr. Eric here that you all have heard from before. And I do have some information to share with you also. I sent everybody a text kind of about the finance side of it, but they're going to share their findings from the audit. It was in your packet that went out to you, and I made copies and placed it at your seat also, so you'd have it in front of you again. But they're going to go through the proposal here.
All right, just a moment. Come on up. Come on. I need to ask Mr. Campbell something because, in a couple of months, we're going to have a new board. And we need to make sure that we proceed properly on this. Mr. Campbell, did you have any suggestions or comments for the board, anyone?
I guess, Mayor, just a couple of early comments. I did do some limited research on this, and the Mississippi Attorney General has issued an opinion that this board can bind a successive board to an energy savings agreement like this up to a term of 20 years, which is what the statute provides. So I expected to get some question along those lines. The other issue is one that Alderman Bledsoe has spoke about before, and that's how much can you spend or obligate to spend during your last 3 months in office. And that will have an effect on this contract, but I don't think it's something that we can't work through. We just have to limit that obligation to a quarter of the line item that we're expected to expend from. And I think Mr. Robinson's probably going to talk about that later, but we need to be mindful of that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Eric Wilson, 2057 Benton Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. Mr. Robinson, thank you for that intro. Very much appreciate it. Well, good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Eric Wilson. I'm very excited and very grateful for the opportunity to be back in front of you folks again tonight to once again show you and share with you our findings of our investment grade audit that we have been working on. And we are very eager and excited to, Lord willing, gain y'all's approval and get to work in the very, very near future. We truly believe that this is an awesome project with several benefits, and we are extremely proud to be a part of it. And we're looking forward to walking through most of it with you here tonight. The overall goal of this project is to not only improve both the aesthetics and the performance of the lighting infrastructure here throughout Horn Lake, but also capture as much savings as you guys can as a city as possible. And we believe that this audit and this presentation highlights the successes of both of those aspects. Now, before we get too far into the weeds, I just want to stop and say if I get talking too fast or if there are any questions at any point in time, please don't hesitate to stop me. I'm very willing to do my absolute best to answer those questions. Full disclosure, I did bring some backup tonight. Last time it was just me. I brought a coworker of mine by the name of William Franklin. I think a few of you had the pleasure to meet him. And full disclosure, and to be completely honest, if there's anybody within the tri-state area that knows more about streetlights than William Franklin, I personally don't want to meet them. It's kind of concerning how much he does know about streetlights. So if I do defer a question to him that he might be able to answer, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. So we can go ahead and dive right into the recap. So to briefly recap where we have been, where we are, and where we currently hope to get. Back in December, you guys authorized us as a firm to carry out our investment grade audit. And our target for this audit was to complete it within 6 months. And here we are roughly 4 months later, both under budget and a little early to our intended timeline. So very excited about that. Our initial estimate from our feasibility findings back in December, we had the cost at around $1.9 million with savings around $180,000 from an annual standpoint. However, tonight we are pleased and excited to present to you our final numbers. Post-audit, we were able to get the cost down to roughly $1.6 million, which is roughly $300,000 cost decrease. And then from a savings perspective, we were able to capture more than $230,000 in savings from an annual standpoint, which is an increase of just over $50,000. Throughout the audit, we've had several very productive conversations and collaborative meetings with both Jim, Drew, and Stephen, and we've seen other municipalities use this same kind of advantageous method to get the absolute most out of a streetlight conversion project. And one of those avenues is adding scope and really getting the best bang for your buck, and again, getting the absolute most out of a citywide streetlight conversion project. And some of those line items of added scope would be a sports lighting upgrade at Latimer Lakes Park, and then lighting improvements and additions on Nail Road and Interstate Drive, along with a few other inclusion zones that we can get into in just a few minutes.
Mayor, could I?
Oh, Mr. Robinson.
I was just going to ask, I may jump in every once in a while, but I just wanted the board to remember that $230,000 savings, almost a $250,000. So just keep that in the back of your mind, that that's an annual savings every year, that money would be back in the city to be able to use for other things.
But the figure you just quoted, $1,600,000, that doesn't include Latimer Lakes Park or Nail Road Interstate Boulevard?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So sort of the first thing I wanted to show you guys was our audit map. And this has been a very vital piece of information for us throughout this entire process. We use it for several reasons, one being tracking the actual progress of the said audit itself, defining zones, nailing down what we wanted to include, what you guys wanted to include, and what we were going to include within scope, prices, things like that. And one of our key findings throughout this was our ability to nail down a true verified fixture count. So back in December, we had that 1,500 number in mind. However, throughout the audit, we found a verified number of 1,673 streetlights, roughly 150 additional lights, which from a project development standpoint is extremely, extremely important to knowing truly how many lights you guys do have throughout the city. So we believe that our audit team did an excellent job of both verifying and ensuring scope to deliver a truly valuable and impactful project here in the city of Horn Lake. Next up, from a design standpoint, we like to kind of highlight the difference between current infrastructure and what we're proposing. So this top line of images are what is currently on most of the roadways throughout the city. Those are high pressure sodium barn lights, and as you can see, there's a few issues associated there. There's breaks within the lighting. There's dark spots in the road, and you also have what we call light trespass, which is it's pouring over into those yards and bouncing off some of those homes and potentially into homes via the windows. So on the bottom row of images, we have what we are proposing, which we're going to get into more detail about the specific fixtures, but with the LED Cobra heads, as you can see, it's a much more consistent light. It's continuous light along the roadway. There's much less light trespass on the property, and certainly not near as much light on the houses. Bottom line is there's the right amount of light in the right areas, and it's where you guys want light, and there's not light where you guys don't want light. It's a much more consistent, precisely aimed light, and that is it on Cobra heads. Next up, I want to briefly touch on mock-ups. So this is another key part of our audit process. The overall purpose of this is for you guys to have the ability to see and experience the proposed lighting in real world settings. So this is a quick snapshot of where we installed various different types of fixtures. The fixtures on the perimeter of this image are ARC 1, ARC 2, ARC 3, and ARC 4 fixtures. I'm a simple guy. I like to keep things fairly simple. ARC 1 being small, ARC 4 being the extra large fixtures, so going from small, medium, large to extra large. And the reason for the specific locations of said fixtures is, so if you look at the top left, that's our ARC 1 fixture, or the small fixture is what I'm going to call it. That's we installed, I think there's 3 red dots there. We installed 3 or 4 of the ARC 1 fixtures on a residential road for that appropriate amount of light on the right road, right? So we're not going to install the extra large fixture in ARC 4 in a residential area. That's too much light. That's not necessary. It's not appropriate for that specific roadway. So we take that same logic throughout the entire audit process, throughout the entire mock-up process, and we put the appropriate lights in the appropriate spots.
Hey, Mr. Eric. 2 board meetings ago, I put up this similar slide for you all and told you the locations. Hopefully you all had a chance to get around and look at those at night, but these have been up for over a month on those different locations over there on Benji and several of the other locations. So hopefully you had a chance to look at it. I brought it up a couple of board meetings ago.
Lastly, I'm sorry, can you go back to the slide? I'm sorry about that. Just the last thing I want to call out here were the decorative fixtures that we installed in Wooten Park. I think there were 3 fixtures there. This just shows the lighting impact that will be taking place within your parks, on those walking pathways, and on the sidewalks. All of these are very efficient from a usage standpoint. They put light where you want them, and it's a very clear, clean, crisp dispersion of light that we think looks really good. So moving on to proposed fixtures from a Cobra head and barn light standpoint. So as I mentioned on the last slide, ARC 1 through 4 being the Cobra head fixtures. These fixture selections are based on, again, road size and traffic volume. We're not going to put a tiny ARC 1 fixture on some of your bigger, higher trafficked roadways. Again, that wouldn't be the right amount of light in the appropriate spaces. So some of these ARC fixtures are highly efficient LED Cobra heads. Again, they're extremely versatile across all street types. They're easy to work on, and they're backed by a 10+ year guarantee in the instance of any issues. Those are primarily going to be on the majority of your roadways, are those ARC style Cobra heads. Moving on to floodlights. So during our audit, we were able to identify the existing infrastructure shown here to be replaced with ARC 4, those extra large fixtures, or this Cooper floodlight shown here on the bottom right section of the slide. However, we did find 105 currently existing LED offsets. We don't want to touch those. No action really required there. Leave as is. However, similar story that I mentioned around the ARC 4 kits and the Cooper floodlighting, for that matter. They're highly efficient. They have an excellent light dispersion, and these are primarily going to be on, again, the bigger roadways, maybe bigger parking lots, places that you guys might need a very wide array of light in a bigger area.
Sir, can I interrupt you a minute?
Yes, sir.
Because I don't understand. On the front, it said y'all found over 1,600 lights.
Yes, sir.
But on that page where it says proposed replacements, page before this one, it only comes up to, what, about a little over 1,200, 1,300s? So you're not replacing every light we have. Is that correct?
Only the ones that are not currently LED.
So that's the difference there. The 1,600, and you knock out the ones that are not LED. So that, okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So lastly, on proposed replacements, I mentioned decoratives on the mock-up slide, but we found a total of 41 decorative fixtures throughout the city of Horn Lake, 13 with the globes being in good shape. So simple replacement there just from a fixture standpoint. However, for the remaining 28 fixtures, as you can see, those globes, which this happens, they get a little hazy, a little fuzzy, and have sort of a yellow tint to them. So we recommend replacing those in order to experience and get the benefit of putting a new LED fixture inside that globe, just from an aesthetic standpoint. Next up, photo cell controls and custom labels. So every roadway fixture that I mentioned, being the ARC 1 through 4 and the Cooper floodlights, will have these photo cell controls. And these have several benefits associated with them. One, they're very easy to install. It's very much a plug and play application right on top of the fixture. It gives you guys incredible grid visibility, so real-time system monitoring. So as, I don't know if you can tell in that image, but if you guys look at all your infrastructure from a lighting standpoint on that grid, and one goes off like across town or it's giving you trouble, you can go in, double click, and it'll tell you what the issue is, how to fix it, where it is, all those sorts of matrix to provide real-time solutions so you don't have to go out there and try to figure it out and come back. It eliminates a lot of the back and forth that wouldn't be an issue without these photo cells. So.
I just wanted to jump in here again. I mean, that perked up Mr. Stephen when we were meeting, because, I mean, this is, no pun intended, this is going to be like night and day of what we've experienced with our current provider. When a light goes out, it may take 3 weeks to 6 months to get a light fixed. We will know instantly when a light goes out anywhere in the city. We'll be able to monitor it on the computer with this and instantly know what's wrong with it and how we can fix it. So we will have the opportunity to turn around within a day, depending on how, if it hadn't been hit by a person and knocked the whole pole down. But we can take care of things so much quicker with this opportunity.
Excuse me, Mayor. So I forgot, Mr. Robinson, if one of these lights needs replacing or we need repairs, they don't do it, we have to do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll call probably just about the same vendors that we already have as vendors that Entergy calls. B&B Electric, Entergy calls them all the time. We call them all the time. We will have the same groups that we will be using that fix our lights.
Now, if we have something go out now or get hurt, and we call Energy and they call the vendor, but we don't have to pay Energy for that, do we? Energy pays for it, don't they? For the repairs and the replacements?
William, we end up paying for everything.
Well, could you be, I'm simple-minded, so can you give me a very unvague answer, please?
Yes, we've been paying to replace that for the past 20, 30, 40 years.
So whenever we have to replace something, Energy bills us for it. 'Cause I know, do you have something, Mr. Campbell?
I think Mr. Robinson's going to answer.
Okay.
Well, the way it's set up now, we are paying for, one pole, or I don't know how many poles we have, 400 poles in the city. We've been paying for those poles for the past 40 years. So we've paid for it to be replaced 40 times over. So yes, we've already paid for it, but when they come out and replace it, we don't typically have to fork out more money, but we've overpaid for that same light decade after decade, and now we'll just pay for it as it comes up. Potentially with that $230,000 annual savings that we're going to have every year. I mean, you know how many lights we could replace with that annual savings.
Yes, sir, but I was just wanting a clear answer. It goes out.
Yes.
Energy comes out and replaces it right now. Might take them a while, but they come out and replace it. Do we have to pay them additionally for coming out and doing it?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the repair costs us nothing. Sir?
To be clear, to answer your question, I think your question is, do you get a bill from Entergy for said repair? The answer outright is no. However, inside of your streetlight bill, that charge now gets thrown into the bottom. Basically, they incur some costs to go out and perform that repair. They put that into what's called your plant value, and then they charge you a percent of your plant value every single month. So you're paying for it, whether they're sending you a direct bill for, hey, we fixed this light, or we'll just kind of keep throwing it in the bottom here, and you'll pay us a percentage on that amount over time.
So it's there. It's
absolutely there. That's
Thank
how
you.
you're saving so much money. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions on that? I'm sorry for the interruption, but I was confused. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good. Okay.
I'll be quiet.
Please. So one of the very exciting opportunities that we were able to develop for you guys that we've seen several other municipalities take advantage of said savings is an LED sports lighting project. And we believe there's a great opportunity here in Horn Lake at Latimer Lakes sports fields. So overall objective here, very similar, if not the same to the rest of the city, is to upgrade the sports lighting fields over to LED lighting fixtures. And the overall scope, pretty simple. Convert the lighting at baseball, softball, t-ball, and the football fields over to LED. And the system that we are proposing is the Musco LED Quick Fit that has several benefits associated with it. Obviously, it's built for sports applications across various playing surfaces. Good news for you guys is the current infrastructure that you guys have over there, being your poles, are in good shape. So you guys would be able to utilize those utility poles. These fixtures are factory aimed, they're pre-wired for fast, reliable, easy installation, and they deliver a very consistent, high quality level of lighting across any playing surface for any sort of sport that might be being played. A few more benefits associated here. You get around 50% energy savings when converting over to LED on sports lighting specifically. These are also backed with a 10-year maintenance and support guarantee that's included. And then obviously you have much less downtime and unexpected costs associated with these sorts of fixtures on your ball fields. The total cost associated for this line item is $1,361,915.
Sorry. Oh, Alderman Bledsoe, thank you.
When you do these sports lights, they come out and spot them where they're supposed to be.
Like aim them specifically?
Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
You don't have shadows and stuff. We bought Musco lighting a long time ago, about $1 million.
Got you.
And they got the hood on them so it won't reflect into the neighborhood.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to pump stations, this is another great opportunity that we developed with Mr. Stephen Box. He brought this to our attention, and we very much appreciate that collaboration with him. And what we developed here was a plan to upgrade lighting at 23 pump stations citywide, and this scope includes directly burying the wood poles right there on site or adjacent to said pump stations, aimed directly at the controllers and these workstations, with an overall goal to not only improve visibility, but the reliability of those lights working at each location for a safe environment for whoever might need to go to these pump stations. The total cost associated with this line item is $48,862, and we believe that this is a very practical and impactful enhancement to the city's infrastructure as a whole.
And Mayor, I might mention, this goes right along with what Daniel is doing. We're going to have cameras on every pump station, and lighting it up will make it more visible. So we will be able to see if anybody is trying to damage or do anything to any of our pump stations. We'll have full access 24/7, 365 to see that and monitor those pump stations.
Thank you, sir.
Next line item for new infrastructure that we are proposing to you guys is to install ARC3 fixtures on Nail Road with those same Ubiquiti controllers, those smart photo cells that we discussed earlier. And the scope or location of these ARC3 fixtures will be on the existing wood poles that are currently already on along that corridor. And installation would obviously include the wiring, transformers, supporting equipment, and other metrics to ensure a seamless and pain-free installation. So the goal here I've said it once, I'm going to say it again, but just to ensure consistent, reliable lighting for this pivotal street throughout the city. Next up for new infrastructure will be Interstate Boulevard. We have laid out 3 separate options for you guys. This one, we've had a lot of conversations with Jim and Stephen regarding this, and I'm eager to hear your thoughts and feedback on this particular line item. So I'm going to go through these options, and please ask me any questions or voice any concerns that you might have. So
I will mention before Mr. Eric gets going, in the final proposal, this proposal takes in the third one over 545,110 is what this proposal that you'll see at the end has in it for Nell Road Interstate Boulevard.
okay, so starting with option number 1. This will be median mounted Cobra head fixtures. So from a high level, this setup will be 62 ARC 2 fixtures on 31 poles. So 2 fixtures each on both sides of the road, obviously lighting it from the middle of the road there in the median, with 7 new poles included in order to cover the remainder of the street. We believe that this design provides well-balanced lighting, obviously from the center of the roadway. And the cost associated with that specific scope is $1,836. $1,836,043. That obviously being the highest option, that high cost is driven by a good amount of new infrastructure, quite a bit of underground boring, and just the overall extensive underground work. Option number 2, we're looking at roadside mounted offsets with metal poles. This also includes underground wiring, which is kind of driving similarly high price point, being at $1,122,683. It is more cost effective, obviously, than option 1, with a setup being 32 fixtures on 32 metal poles, and then 15 fixtures being included on the pre-existing 15 poles. So you will still be able to utilize those 15 currently existing metal poles there. Similar to option 1, the high cost is driven by underground wiring and new metal poles. Those are much more expensive than wooden poles. Option number 3, as Mr. Robinson mentioned, this one is the one that's included in the entire scope option that we're going to get into in just a couple of slides. But this one obviously is the most budget friendly at $545,110. These are roadside mounted offsets with 32 fixtures on new wooden poles and then 15 fixtures on those same pre-existing metal poles that are the same in option 2. And the lower cost here is primarily driven by the wiring being overhead versus underground, much less labor associated there, and then just less overall expenses on materials in general, being on wooden poles and the overhead. So this is actually the full list of all the inclusion zones that we were able to nail down with Jim and Stephen. Certainly don't want to get in to all of these right now, but would be more than happy to answer any direct questions that you might have about any of these specific locations. But I mean, I've mentioned parks, either adding a few fixtures here or adding a pole or 2 here at parks specifically. City Hall, upgrading the exterior lighting here at this facility, fire stations, public libraries. They're a handful here, handful there, nothing super substantial, but will certainly make an impact from an aesthetic standpoint for sure. But yes, sir.
Now, in your quote, what, in the savings, what have you got all these lights set at, like 5, or, I mean, say it goes from 1 to 10, what setting do you have? And is that based on what you had quoted us?
You saying on a scale of like brightness, is that what you're?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's, the brighter it is, the more energy we use.
Sure.
So what do you figure on?
What that's, I'm sorry.
It's a great question. So, can I assume you're talking about just the core streetlights themselves?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's just the streetlights themselves. Generally speaking, they're set anywhere from 80 to 100%. Those nodes that we're setting on top actually allow you the ability to fluctuate that just a little bit. The numbers that we're quoting here, though, which is that $230,000 figure that Jim's referred to, that is at the set amount when it gets installed. So it's not requiring any further dimming to get to that high savings figure. Does that help?
So what level is, I mean, is it at the 80%?
Right, so what we're trying to do is put the right light in the right spot every single time. And so unfortunately, you can't just say, hey, all the ARC ones, we're gonna set them at 80%, because frankly, 80% may not be enough in some areas, at the end of somebody's driveway where it is enough. And so each one actually has this little preset level, and so that's how we got into the specified numbers.
Okay. Okay, yeah,
But you'll have a little wiggle room there as well.
okay.
What's the life expectancy of one of these bulbs?
Alright, so good question. Life expectancy of a streetlight, the ones that we're proposing installing, is roughly 22 years. That is
22 years?
22 years, yes, sir. Yeah. Now, I will tell you that that is based off of something called an L70 life, which means nothing to this group. It just means as an LED fixture comes into life, it slowly degrades over time. And the industry decided a long time ago, once it gets to 70% of its original efficacy, we're going to consider it dead. It'll actually still be on. It'll be 70% as bright as what it was. But once it hits a 70%, that's the 22-year mark. In theory, it's actually rated to last much longer. However, I would not recommend anybody on this board think that you're going to have these for longer than that amount of time. There's a driver in it that undoubtedly will fail probably around that moment. And so, again, the diodes will last a really long time. The drivers will last a little bit shorter time. 22 years is average life.
So what you're saying is by the time they need to be replaced, that'd be 100. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
So
Yes, sir.
question, since you brought up the driver, I mean, that driver is taking the place of what we call the ballast now. And we found that if the driver goes out, you're better off just replacing the whole unit rather than just replacing the driver.
Yes, sir.
Is that true? Okay.
So the next 3 slides, we kind of broke them out into your, I would say good, better, best, but it's really just depending on scope of what you guys want included, what you guys don't want included. But this is a snapshot from our project development tool. It's an internal file that we work to build out projects for you guys and to make it as efficiently as we can. The focus on this one is just the base streetlight project overview, which is our original scope with a total cost of $2,088,039 with projected annual savings of $218,814. And this includes both the unmetered and the metered streetlight conversion project.
If I may point out a couple quick things on this slide. So if you remember at the very beginning, we referenced the figure of $1.9 million. That's what we hoped the streetlight project was not going to cost more than when we originally talked to you about it. And we thought, if I remember right, was it 160 or 180,000? And anybody said, I think it's 180. It's 180, right? And so if you look at this number on the top line, you're saying, well, 2.08, that's more than the 1.9. How does that line up? It's that figure that Jim's circling right now, that 1.5. That's your core street light infrastructure. Okay, so that project alone actually came under budget. The parts that make it add up, frankly, to be more than $2 million is we uncovered roughly 400 lights that Entergy has and they're charging you for that aren't considered true street lights, even though they really are street lights. So this includes everything that moving forward will be considered a street light, even though prior to this, it wasn't being billed that way. So this is a reconciliation of all things streetlights versus what you had prior, which is roughly 80% correct, if you want to call it that way. Okay. Secondarily, if you scroll to the right a little bit, Jim. So if you notice, there's an energy charge savings and an investment charge savings. At the very top column, you see a 94 and a 144. Those add up to that 230 that Jim referenced. On the far right, I think this is important that you guys recognize this, at least to the extent that we go to try to make sure you have a full picture of what these things are going to cost moving forward. That maintenance allowance at $8,365 is funds that we're deducting from that savings amount that you guys just keep. This is not even pay a path company. We just recommend you keep them on the side so that you can pay a B&B Electric, whoever, to repair these things moving forward. There's a great chance, frankly, in year one, you should pay $0 because the whole thing's under warranty by path, inclusive of labor. But moving down the road, you should basically be stockpiling extra funds that we're recommending in this analysis that you guys hold off to the side. Again, I just want to point that out. There's always questions about ongoing maintenance, and at least I want to tell you, we considered it from the very beginning of this.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next snapshot that I wanted to show you guys is what we're considering our optimized project, slightly expanded project scope associated with this one, with added elements being the pump stations, the added infrastructure on Nail Road, Latimer Lake sports lighting, and then option 3 from Interstate Boulevard. And just as a reminder, it was those 32 fixtures on the new wooden poles, and then the remaining 15 fixtures on the pre-existing poles over there on Interstate Boulevard. And then again, another driver of that more affordable price point, it would use overhead wiring, and this scope of a project is priced at $3,814,088, with an updated annual savings of $221,703 on an annual basis. Lastly, the Premier Streetlight Project. This one is the most comprehensive scope with a total project cost of $5,877,670, with a projected annual savings figure of $319,703 on an annual basis. This includes all the upgrades from the previous options. However, it includes the option number 1 from Interstate Boulevard with the median fixtures, which was the highest price option back on that slide with those 3 options that we talked about earlier. Hopefully this helps visualize some of this for you. Think about some numbers, but would love to hear your thoughts on which one sounds the best for you guys.
Thank you very much for giving us such a detailed report there. Does anyone have any questions? Alderman Klein?
So, you were saying that, the lifespan is, like 20-something years. What's the warranty on them? I mean, 10 years?
Yes, sir. 10.
Okay.
The follow-up question I always get is, hey, is that a prorated warranty? So year 9, are they just going to give us $100 and we have to go buy a new fixture? No, it's a full warranty.
For the 10 years?
Full warranty for 10 years. Good.
Anyone else have any questions?
That's what I had.
Mr. Jim, did you have anything?
Yes, I mean, I will tell as we go forward, what we have been looking at is the first, I guess, optimized or premier that is the total of 4.391 is, and as Mr. Billy alluded to, we're going to have to look at numbers and make sure we meet the criteria going forward with a new board. I do want to share some numbers. Hopefully they are on here and I can get, sorry, let me go back and shrink this. Got everything blown up. I pulled some numbers together of what we have done over the years, and I wanted the board and the public to see this. We started the street maintenance project. I sent out information to you about potentially using the internet sales funds, which we each year we get in about 2.2 million every year from internet sales, and it's inched up every year. And what we have used that for is the street maintenance project. But when I started putting these numbers together, I guess I was shocked myself, because these are the funds we've used with internet sales. Those of you that were on the board back when we took out the street bond, we took out a street bond of 5.2 million and started paving streets in 2019 and paved streets in 2019 and 2020 with that bond. After we finished that project, we started utilizing the internet sales. So we used 5.2 million. If you go through this spreadsheet, this is everything that we've used with internet sales funds. And you get down to the bottom right here, and currently to date, we've spent another 5.247 on streets. So we have spent from 2019 till now, for those of you that are running for an office or campaigning, and somebody's out there saying we're not putting back into the city, we have put back almost $10.5 million in streets from 2019 till now. So that's a lot of money, almost $10.5 million. But my proposal was to put on pause the the municipal street project for several months, about 12 months, and utilize those funds for this project. You'll see on this spreadsheet that in talking to Vince, we already have contracts out there with Falcon. We have about a little over 70,000 on the phase 1, and still a little over $1 million on phase 2. And I wanted to make sure I was right with that with Vince, because that total project was only about 1.3 million. And Vince said we may come in under budget on that. But I wanted to point out that we have spent out of the internet sales 5.2. Let me jump back here to another spreadsheet. This is our internet sales funds from when it first began in 2020 until now. You can see how it's increased every year. When they first started it, it was set at a certain percentage, and they increased it every year. We've been at the 100% level for the past couple of years. But again, it still fluctuates. It still goes up and down. Citizens, thank you for ordering things online, because anything internet sales, things you order online, a portion of that comes back to the city for us to use for infrastructure. So you can see we have brought in over 7.6 million in internet sales funds. July, we will get we get that every January and July. So July's, I'm anticipating it's going to be about 1.1 million. So come July, we will have, we will have had $8.7 million from the internet sales. So you can kind of see we've brought in a lot more money than we're using, but I mean, we are going by Vince's plan on this municipal street project, which if we put that on hold for 12 months, I was sharing with some others, it actually wouldn't be 12 months, because Vince would start doing a lot of the design for next year. Starting in January, put things out to bid. It takes, several months to get bids, get those approved, and hopefully be able to hit the ground running next July. So in virtually another 12 months. So if we put it on hold, we will have funds available for this. I will tell you right now, currently, and you had that in your board packet, you all get the printout of our bank accounts and all of our different bank accounts. We have $2,370,688 in the infrastructure fund right now. So we have close to 2.4 million in that. As I mentioned, we get 2.2 plus every year. So we will be building that back up. We will have a little over 4.5 million throughout the course of this project. That's why we were looking and speaking with Eric and William on this, and looking at the funds we currently have and what we'll be getting in. We're close to that 4.3. Sorry, let me go back to. We're close to that 4.39 that is in this proposal right here, which includes all of our street lights that I talked about throughout the whole city. It would also include all of our pump stations, the additional lighting on Nail Road, and that's in front of the big GXO warehouse, that 47,000, and then the Nail Road project and Interstate Boulevard is that little over $500,000, and also bring in the parks. So to do all of that could be possible with the internet sales funds, because we cannot go with another bond. That's one thing we cannot do is entertain another bond and put that onto another board. One other caveat, which I know we're going to get to discussing that because Alderman Dupree had moved 2 items to new business.
Which I forgot about.
Yes, we do have the hotel motel tax funds, which we usually bring in about $355,000, which we've utilized that numerous times for parks improvements. We could look at throwing a little bit of that towards the parks lights and help offset some of that cost and maybe bring that down to $4 million. Because it will come up a little bit later since we moved those items. We have over 1.2 million in the hotel motel tax bank account fund, not in our budget fund.
May I interrupt you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you said we got that in the bank account fund, but the budget for this year was $355,000, which we have exceeded that amount. The board had to move money over. The board's already spent a couple $100,000 more than anticipated bringing in from that fund.
$338,000.
Because there's money in the bank, but what I'm getting at is the board has exceeded the budget on that.
Yes, I will have to come back to the board to seek advertisement because at this point, being over 10% of that, we will have to advertise to do a budget amendment in that particular item to move some of the funds and increase the budget in that. I mean, as I mentioned, we do have 1.2 million in the bank account hotel motel tax funds that has been accumulating over years that we can move in there. And we did that last year, we had to advertise and move funds over to that. So we do have that 1.2 million in there that could help out with the parks portion of that. So we do have some funds to utilize. That's pretty much all. I just wanted to kind of share the numbers and why we kind of settled in on this particular project scope, because it falls right around that 4.3, 4.4.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Robinson or for these gentlemen? Anybody? Energy hadn't by chance come up to try to, they know we're talking to these gentlemen, and they come forward with anything saying, if you stay with us, we might knock a little bit off or something?
No, they only came back with they want us to sign an exclusive contract for a certain amount of years to keep paying the same that we're always paying. As Mr. Eric and Mr. William had mentioned, we will have to, there is that buyout. We will buy out everything that is existing, and those will be ours at that point, and then we'll start seeing those savings. You know, that buyout will be paid for in 2 years with the annual savings that we're going to have coming in.
So the buyouts is not included in the figures they presented tonight?
That top figure, the $4,391,000, it is. I mean, you'll see in the PATH contract, the $3,814,000 is in. That's what goes to PATH. The other things are add-on. Well, we do have to pay for the buyout from Entergy.
Mayor Latimer, maybe to help close the loop on your earlier question when you asked, are we getting charged for maintenance? If tonight driving home, I unfortunately hit a pole and knocked it down and it costs Entergy $10,000 to repair, that amount of the $577,989 will go up by $10,000. That's where they add it back in. So there's always an outstanding balance of costs they've incurred that they're slowly charging you for.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're really just buying out that amount.
Thank you, sir.
It's truly due to your.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more discussion?
Mayor.
All right, I guess it's time to fish or cut bait, as they used to say in the old days. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Young.
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we accept past proposal and move forward.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second? A second by Alderman Bostic. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Campbell.
Just so we can be clear, the contract's probably not in a final form tonight, so we can just approve it in substantial form with any necessary revisions, because I think we probably will have to revise it a little bit, as well as some of the payment structure, so as not to violate the last 3 months of your term of office statute.
Well, excuse me just a minute. How should the motion be there? I know that we have two aldermen that want to make the motion in favor of accepting this, but how should we word it then?
Mayor, that's what I'm suggesting. I'm okay with the way you worded it, but in the minutes, it needs to reflect that it's just in substantial form as presented with any necessary revisions that may be required.
What if these revisions come back and the board says, oh, no, we're not doing that? Can we back out of the contract?
No, sir, you're approving it tonight.
I know, but I'm talking about if they come back with revisions, the board says, hey, we don't like that.
No, you're approving it tonight, subject to any necessary revisions. If we can't come to an agreement that we both like, then we both walk away then.
All right, sir. Does everyone understand that? All right. So his motion is legit. It's legal.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. A second? Is your second still good?
Yes, I just have one question. That's for the optimized quote, correct? The middle one? That's the one you're making? Okay, I just want to make sure we got the right one in the middle. All right, thank you. Yes.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. We have a second by Alderman Bostic. Is there any more discussion?
Mayor.
Alderman Geis.
Just wanted to make clear that the savings that we're going to make by using this lighting over time will reimburse the city what it's spent.
And then at a certain point, those savings can be used to maintain the system or used on something else.
Yes, I would hope over time we would have we have a rainy day fund, but we set up a fund, a maintenance fund, similar to what's shown over here that Mr. William had noted that we put some funds away. But yes, the potential for this is just amazing. If you think of $320,000 savings every year over time, what we could do with that. I mean, we could, Chief could order 10 more vehicles every year, right, Chief? We could hire new police. That would be an ambulance or an ambulance for Chief Linville. I mean, if you look at those savings and we struggle with trying to figure out how to get vehicles or men to man and women to man those vehicles, what that could do for us over the years now.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad he mentioned savings, Mr. Mayor. This proposal doesn't include any guaranteed savings, isn't that correct?
It doesn't, and it's a good clarification. I can tell you why, if I need to.
Well, let me first say, I don't remember if it was in one of your initial proposals, but I know Eric said it when he was here, something to the effect, if we don't meet those savings, we write you a check. No questions asked. That is not in this proposal now.
And we can absolutely do that. And I want to be clear on the absolutely do that. So to do that requires an annual audit of all the buildings and to go back with energy all the way through them. What happens on streetlights, we've learned this over the years, is we previously were doing this for customers. We were charging them every year to go back and perform those services, or we would include it as an amount on the original contract. It's a formulaic calculation. So once the amount gets basically changed in Entergy's data, it will remain the same, and there will be no reason to actually perform that annual M&B. However, I want to make this offer very much understood. We can absolutely enter into that contract, and you guys could cancel it after the first 2 years if you see that it's there and you just don't need us to perform that M&B moving forward. Does that make sense? We've frankly seen it as an unnecessary step moving forward, because what we're going to do is at the end of a year anyways, we're going to perform that M&B, and we're going to go back to Entergy as your contractor to confirm that the savings are in fact there. Once we confirm that they're there, they will not change unless if somebody fat fingers something at Entergy, which I wouldn't expect for them to do.
Is it legal to pay out of the hotel motel fund for this?
Well, it could be for all of it, but I don't think Mr. Robinson was making that suggestion. He was doing it for potentially the parks lighting upgrades.
Yes, sir.
We have on the minutes found that Latimer Lakes Park is an attribute of the city and does draw visitors, non-residents, increases tourism, and new businesses look at it as an incentive to come as well.
So as long as it's spent on the lighting for that, it would be okay.
It's certainly not a problem for Latimer, yes.
Thank you, sir.
And I had just brought that up in case we get into the figures where we can't meet that requirement, that we could utilize some of those to bring that number down. So that's only why I mentioned that at that point.
Sorry.
They probably know that the statute for this in Mississippi was set to repeal this year, but it was extended. And
that's right.
One of the few revisions they put in there was a city or entity can use any available source of funds to pay for this kind of contract, so long as it's legal, obviously.
Oh, remind the new mayor and board that hotel motel thing is
2026, right?
2026 is gone. Yeah. Well, it had to be renewed, so. Well. All right. Alderman Johnson.
Could I have a recap of what this has to do with our roads for right now?
Put some on hold, I think.
What it has to do with our roads?
Yes.
Well, if you go back to some of those pictures that they took of our city.
No, I mean as far as the street paving project.
Oh. Well, because we can't go into a bond, this board can't go into a bond and make the next board pay for it. We're trying to utilize funds that are here now. I don't know if that's what.
Yeah, she's trying to figure out what impact this is going to have on our ongoing paving project.
Tell her, this is gonna stop it. What, just,
Yes, I mean, it is gonna, once Falcon paving finishes this phase, which will be sometime this summer, June or July, it'll put a pause on that. And we really won't start paving again until probably 12 months later, that next July. But Mr. Vince was talking about, and he can share, they would actually start the engineering the first of the year and start doing the engineering for the next phase, get the advertisements out, get everything lined up to where July we can start off again.
you're talking about July 2026.
But, and that's why I tried to show you that we have spent, I don't want you to think, oh, well, man, we're going to stop paving. We have spent $10.5 million from 2019 till now on our streets. So nobody can say we have not been putting back into our streets. You know, a brief pause, really to light up our streets and make our streets safer when the police are out patrolling. They're going to have full view of people up and down the streets all over the city. But yeah, it will do impact our paving, and Vince can speak to that if he would.
It was a good question. Very good. In other words, it's gonna be on pause for a year before you actually put down any more asphalt. Alderman Klein.
So, my understanding now, we got phase one, phase two, that's still gonna be covered, that we have out there right now.
Yes. Yes, it cannot stop. The board already approved that, and we've already allocated the funds for that.
We still owe $1 million to Falcon. You were talking about all that money in the bank.
Yeah, a little bit over that.
So $1 million's encumbered. All right, any more discussion? We had a motion, we had a second. Is there any more discussion? Alderman Dupree.
I'm gonna put back in the, back into the, motion that they will, pay us if we, guarantee. What is it? The guarantee. The guarantee. Energy savings guarantee. Yeah, because that went in the motion.
Yeah, and it's not in the current proposal. So if that's the will of the board, then I need to know about that.
Then I would suggest we table this till next meeting and let them work that out, because that is a big step right there for us.
If I may I suggest that we make that part of the revisions that it's subject to, so we could go ahead and get approval. I'm frankly worried about some of the tariff stuff coming through. I've been talking to Jim about it, and I'd love to get the contract to tell the vendors, hey, we've got the soft approval, if you want to call it that. We obviously would need to go back and make sure that that language is included to your liking, but not come back before the board for a separate approval.
Okay, I will agree to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are these lights made?
In the United States.
Okay.
Yeah. And to be clear, we do not manufacture anything. We don't rep anything. These are lights that are utility grade, widely used by Entergy, as a matter of fact. So, good question.
Yeah. All right, any more discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all. Be careful going home. A happy Easter to you. Mr. Billy, do we need?
Very briefly, I just want to extend a special thank you to this group, because there's only one time in his career he's going to get a chance to do this. And as you've seen over the last year, Erica stood in front of you both as a newbie, but also tonight as we come to this momentous moment. So thank you guys for supporting him through it. You guys were very.
Did you say he wouldn't have a chance to do it again?
Well, I'm just saying it won't be.
You didn't fire him right here in front of him.
I'm just saying,
So this is his first one? Or what do you do, like shave his head or his eyebrows or something, or what do y'all do?
Let's table that.
Do we need to extend time?
We're gonna talk about that tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank y'all. Happy Easter, safe journeys. Do we have a motion to extend time, please? Motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second? Second, Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Klein.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. I forgot that Alderman Dupree had requested M and N off the consent agenda be moved to new business, so I apologize to you, sir. All right. You have the floor, sir. You want to question these?
Yeah, just got a question. Why is the city paying for $2,439?
Alderman Dupree, we can't hear you. Can you?
No. Can you hear me now? All right, I just want to know why the school wants the city to pay for this $2,400 and the $6,600. And when they haven't come before us and asked us for the money like everyone else does.
Drew's asking for it, not the school district.
Now, this is for the schools?
Thank you for the question, Alderman. No, it's actually for our basketball program. The Horn Lake Intermediate School does not currently have a basketball program. They don't play basketball there, but we spend 2 seasons there, half a year there, and the floor is in need of repair, and they don't have a scoreboard. So I was requesting the board, since we partner with them on that and we utilize that so much, would the board be willing to approve us putting a scoreboard up? I do have permission from the principal, Ms. Parker. She has given us permission to do that. And the flooring, it's a safety issue. We've played on that floor for quite a while now. And it's time. It's basically the equivalent of putting new dirt on a baseball field. I mean, we need to come in and clean it up so that the floor is playable for basketball, for safety.
So this is for your guys in their program, using the school, and we're going to pay for the school for our people to play on it, correct?
Yes, sir. We're gonna. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah. I asked Mr. Campbell about you being here since you work at that school.
I just want to clarify, even though the gym is used by our students, we don't use it for basketball. It's used for PE. So like a scoreboard, we don't have one and don't necessarily need one for our purposes. And the gym floor was done a while ago, and it probably sees more wear and tear from, the leagues using it.
All right, do we have any more discussion? I love our school system and I support it. I certainly want to thank the Board of Education for allowing us to construct our new animal shelter on their property. They were very, very gracious about it. Mr. Drew, do we pay rent to the Board of Education for the use of these facilities?
Yes, sir, we do.
So we pay rent, but we're supposed to make the repairs too. Is that correct?
It's more for having somebody come open and close the gyms. That's really what we pay for. That's the gym rental fee.
How much is rent?
Well, see, how much is the rent, sir?
I think it was almost $4,000.
Oh,
no. 4,000. Yes, sir. So, but see, what I'm getting at is our citizens pay school tax. And I would think that the most people would think, well, I'm paying a tax for the schools should repair the buildings and the facilities. That's up to the board to make the decision. But I would like to point out, again, in your budget, it was $355,000 for the hotel motel tax, and You've already spent over $500,000 of it, which is way in the deficit, and you had to transfer money out to get cover it. So it's not a bottomless pit. You know. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. I'm all for the school system as much as we can do, but I just want to voice what I would think a lot of our citizens would ask. Alderman Klein.
When I first look at this, of course, because that comes under my bailiwick for us taking care of gym floors and things of that nature. And that first thing I'm thinking is, whoa, what's going on here? But Horn Lake Intermediate does not have an athletic program, so they don't have an athletic budget. And so that has to come out of their budget somewhere, you know, that's worked in. And then I got to thinking, I said, well, we utilize that school quite a bit in our basketball program. Is there any other programs we use?
Not at that particular school, sir.
But I mean, we use every one of the schools.
Yes, sir. We use the intermediate, the middle school, and the high school.
So, I mean, you got to take the total picture and say, hey, you know, they are letting Horn Lake utilize their facilities and things like that. So, I mean, I kind of eased up on saying, well, wait a second, maybe we need to entertain something in regards to that.
All right.
So I just wanted to input that in regards to the
Over
use
the old
of.
days when Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola would put up the scoreboards at the schools.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't do that anymore.
No.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I've got a question.
All right. Yes, sir. Alderman Bledsoe.
We're spending money we don't have.
You have to, in my understanding, the way I visualize that, because, you know, I'm real simple, here's the money we got over like a savings account from that. Here's what you got budgeted. You've already spent over what you had budgeted, had to draw some out. So if you approve some more, you got to draw that out. And you talk about drawing out for the light project.
Can I ask Mr. Jim?
Sure, you ask me whatever you
Do we have enough
want.
money to do this or not? I mean, and do we have a contract to say we'll get to use this gym for 10 years to wear the fourth floor out?
I have to ask Mr. Drew that.
I mean, I went through the same thing when I was part time.
Yes, sir.
But,
did you? What?
It was a year by year thing and, I don't know.
That's a good point. I never even thought about that. Okay. Mr. Jim, did you ever answer Alderman Bledsoe's question?
I did not, but I mean, I did go back and print some things, and in your packet, we've had some more funds come in since your packet was sent out. So we have almost 200,000 that has come into the hotel motel tax. You know, roughly it's anywhere from 23,000 to 32,000, depending on how many people come in and use our hotels. So you're looking at 200,000 that we've brought in, and we have spent 534,666. And the biggest part of that was the ADA playground, which was about 345,000. So that was a big chunk for the ADA playground.
But shouldn't we get didn't the Lions Club go to reimburse us 50,000?
I did talk to the Lions Club 2 days ago, and funds are coming. It is not what they originally thought, but funds are coming. So,
in other words, it's not as much.
Yes, but I did talk to them actually on Sunday. I ran into them and talked to them, and it is. We are going to get some funds that will go back into there. But as I mentioned,
did they mention the amount, Mr. Jim?
Pardon me?
Did they mention the amount?
They did not. No, they did not commit to that. But we do have funds coming, and we'll be able to put back towards that. But as I mentioned earlier, we do have 1.2 million in that, and I will have to come back to the board to do a budget amendment because it's over 10. We've already spent over 10% of what we were budgeted for, so we will have to advertise and to bring more money, as the mayor said, from our savings.
Well, we're spending about 60%, right?
Yes, so we'll have to do that, and we can make sure we bring enough over to cover all of this if the board chooses to do that.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I'm not opposed to helping the schools at all. Please, definitely. But we have a budget. It says $355,000, and already it's 500 and something thousand. And you've drawn out your little savings pool over for that. But like I said, now you're talking about drawing out $1 million to cover lights. But that's up to the board. That's strictly up to y'all.
And just so the citizens and anybody listening knows that is not taxpayer dollars.
No, it's not. It's hotel motel.
Yeah, that is hotel motel tax. People that come into town that don't live here, well, if they live here and they're doing that, they shouldn't be doing that. But it's visitors coming into town, playing in our ball fields, coming to Drew's tournaments and everything. It's people. We get that hotel motel tax when those people come in and they're traveling through town. So it is not taxpayer dollars.
It is not taxpayers' dollars, but what does that, I was talking about the dollar figure in the budget, not where it came from. You did a real good job of covering up. Nice slick move down there.
Mayor.
Alderman Guys.
We went through this last year. The people that are listening may be wondering why the board is overspending in an account and that we're having to move money from something else. But what we have is we have a pool of hotel motel money we haven't spent in the past that we saved and what we budget in the year. So if we decide as a board to go over that budgeted amount, all we're doing is moving the saved money from that account over. So it's not that we're having to move it from the fire department or somewhere else. It's
No, that's what I said. We got like the savings account of it.
Yes, sir.
Was what I said earlier, and over to there. But the fact is, your budget, Alderman Bledsoe. Bostic. Okay.
I think when I go home, I call my wife. She said,
we got a long ways to go. We got a long ways to go.
Maybe if we got where we didn't have to use the gym, I want to make sure we get our scoreboard back.
Mr. Drew, Alderman Bledsoe hyphen Bostic brought up a very good point that and in all seriousness, is this contract, is it just on a year-to-year basis? Because with these repairs of the scoreboard, they're going to be there a lot longer than a year, I hope.
Oh,
is it on a year-to-year basis? Yes, sir, or no, sir?
No, sir. I mean.
That's right. So you got it for multiple years.
On the scoreboard, yes, sir.
No, we're talking about the use of the building. Alderman Bledsoe said it was only for a year at a time when he was the parks commissioner. So if the board decides to spend this money, are we going to be able to use that facility for more than a year? Is it going to go from year to year to year? It come up every year? Or do you know? If you don't know, that's fine. I mean,
not sure on that, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I can certainly see it both ways. Now, Mr. Drew said for safety. He didn't say for any other need. He said for safety. Now, the school very well could go in and fix their own floor, but if that happens, you'll probably have to find another place to have this. And so I can see it both ways on what we're doing.
Alderman Young.
Mr. Drew, you said we pay $4,000 a year in rent to use that building, right?
Yes, sir.
How long we been doing that?
Several years.
Several being?
I mean, since
10 years, 5 years, 8 years?
I'd probably say 8 years since I've been here. I mean.
8 years. Mr. Bledsoe? At least 8 years?
Yeah, we used it when I was there.
So 8 times 4 is 24, right? Last time I was.
32.
Huh?
8 times 4 is 32.
Well, I was just seeing if y'all was paying attention. So my question is this. They're asking us for over $9,000 for something that they have collected $32,000 for since we've been using it. Where in the cornbread hell's all this money? We're just throwing bad money after it again. No. We could have used that $40,000 to build us a citizen center or a basketball court here. We really need to get a grip on what we're doing around here. This just throwing money is not smart. And it's going to reflect on that real soon. It's not smart.
Alderman Bostic.
Hey, Drew, just to make this clear, the school is not asking to do this. You are asking to do this, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm asking to do. We don't have a scoreboard.
That's what I'm saying. The school didn't come to you and say, I asked to do this.
No, sir. No.
Thank you.
All right, if there's any more discussion, because we've got a long way to go. Now, do we have a motion? On M and N. Alderman Bostic.
Have you spoke to our school board representative over this district to see if they might have something in their budget to help out with this?
I have not.
Is that, I'd like to make a motion to table this until you have that opportunity to speak to a representative and see what they can do. Let them know that we're willing to help, or maybe they can help too, and get some kind of contract together to, be able to use it.
Is that a motion, sir? Yes. We have a motion by Alderman Bostic to table this till Mr. Coleman has information from the school or from the principal or the school board.
I'll second that.
Who seconded it? Alderman Dupree seconded it. Is there more discussion?
Mayor.
Mr. Drew.
Alderman Bostic, who do I reach out to again?
Sheila Riley.
Yeah, Sheila Riley.
Hey, Drew, I'll contact someone tomorrow and help you out.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. All right. We are down to citizens' remark. Mr. Glenn. Well, you've always said you enjoyed coming to the board meeting, so I hope you've had a nice time tonight.
Well, I have, but I'm sorry I missed the last two. I've been scared of the storm at the last one.
We missed you too, sir.
But anyway.
Motion to adjourn.
1976 Church Road, and still talking about the property at 1962 Church Road. We went to court, I went to court.
Okay, can I stop you just a moment, sir? If he's gonna report on what happened in court today, can he do that here?
Yes, sir, it was public.
That's what I thought, but I wanted, would you pass that
Calm
down?
down on that. I already got one of these CPs. So anyway, so we're prosecuting attorney said they won't abide by what he's asked them to do. So now we're gonna go to a trial, in front of a judge. So.
Can I interrupt you a minute? Is that microphone, is the green light on or red light? On the bottom of it?
Nothing.
Is it off?
Now, is that better?
No, I didn't understand what you said. You said they went to court.
We went to court today, and the prosecuting attorney said they hadn't done what he's asked them to do the last 3 times we've been there. So now I'm just going to be put in front of the judge. So now we're going to get to go before the judge and see if we can get something done. I was just going to give y'all an update. I know y'all were sitting here waiting on this. So
We were, really.
Well, I'm serious. I hope so. But so that's where we're at. So all I'm going to say is just thank you. We're here. I went to this new park with all the new toys, and the kids had a ball with it, so that's pretty good. So we've done good, and I want to thank this lady right here. She's always been there at the court with me, so everything's looking good right now.
Well, it's going all
Except for the top of your head, Alan, that looks like it.
My whole head doesn't look good.
I understand, I've been there, but it's gonna get better. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank y'all.
Mr. Hoss, we thank you. Listen,
Got one more thing.
everything we all put around you get here, but you are a very concerned citizen, and you are always thinking about what's best for Horn Lake and the property values and the safety. And so, all kidding aside, I thank you.
Well, now, I got one more thing.
I shouldn't have said a thing.
Mr. Jimmy ran some pictures off for me. Okay, now this is a picture in my yard, and it's the culvert that runs out of my yard.
Well, you need to clean it up.
If you look at this picture.
Don't write him a ticket.
Okay, so now the other side of this picture is going over to the property I'm trying to get cleaned up.
It's clogging it up.
It's so plugged up. Now, water it gets close to my shop, but now I've got a lady that lives next door to me. She doesn't get out a lot, and she the water comes right up to the door of her house. So I just wanted to bring this to show you what the issue is with that property over there. It just stops the natural water flow. So we're having a lot of water. When we have these big storms like this, and I'm just afraid it's going to get to her house. I'm in the shop, it'll dry out, but I'd hate to see somebody get some water in their house like this bad.
Miss Kelsey, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know you can't answer this, but if you would ask Mr. Box, Mr. Billy, since this is a culvert under our road, don't we have the authority to clean out both sides of it?
We should, Mr. Mayor. I'm just not familiar enough with that location of that culvert to be definitive.
Ma'am, would you check with Mr. Box and let us know? And we might need to check with Mr. Billy, but maybe we can get that done at least in the meantime.
Okay, well, this is at Church Road in Cohay. And the thing about it is the culvert's clean. It's just when it comes out of the culvert and it makes a 90-degree turn. The yard's so overgrown that we just now seen the swimming pool. Bridget didn't believe there was a swimming pool, and they finally cleaned that up enough to where we could see there's a swimming pool in there. And they were supposed to have filled the pool in today, but none of that stuff's happening. So that's just where we're at right now. And like I said, appreciate everybody's help and listening to me. And
we appreciate you and everybody else down there being so patient.
Right.
I know it seemed like at times we weren't doing anything, but Miss Belinda was really working hard.
She's working
and
very
Alderman
hard.
Bledsoe was working hard. You know, and it just took time.
Yes, it does. Like Alderman Guy said, this stuff moves slow. So anyway, at least we're moving. But anyway, I just wanted to update you and let you know where we're at. And thank y'all for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll get
Happy
back
Easter
on.
to you, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Kirby's bolting out of her chair back there right now. Come on, Miss Carter.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I know Mr. Box is not here, but the stop signs got put up on our street yesterday. And I don't know where it is on the preference. I know they're supposed to get the lights, and he said they were going to mark the lines, but if we could get that a little expedited, that would probably be nice. There's been almost a lot of accidents just in the past 24 hours because someone doesn't see a stop sign, someone else does. So I'm going because it's my turn, but I didn't see it. So you've heard a lot of all night long where people have almost hit or early this morning. And it's just, if you don't know to be looking for them, you're going to run right past it because it is in a very
Miss
popular
Kelsey,
spot.
can you bring that to Mr. Box's attention?
The lights have been UPS to us, so they should be here, they said by the end of the week, but we're trying to be on a holiday, it might be pushed back to Monday, so as soon as they get in, they will be done.
Is there any way it could be like, I know whenever we changed somewhere, they added stop signs or something, like on Kentwood, they put it out like on social media, like a blurb. Is there something maybe we can do that?
Can y'all do that?
Attention?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Miss Carter.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Good night. Happy Easter, Ms. Carter. All right, Alderman Young, you have anything else, sir? Alderman Dupree?
No, sir.
Alderman Johnson?
No, sir.
Alderman Bostic? Alderman Geis?
No, sir.
Alderman Bledsoe?
No.
Alderman Klein?
No, sir.
All right. Chief, do you have anything for the board? Does anyone, when we go through the department heads, if you have any questions for them, please let us know. Mr. Box is here, Ms. Kelsey is filling in. You have anything for the board? Chief Lemble, do you have anything for the board, sir? All right. Mr. Drew, do you have anything else for the board?
Fishing rodeo is going to be Saturday, May 3rd.
May the 3rd. And congratulations on getting the new playground equipment. And the Easter egg hunt was absolutely, I'm sure you said you have, what, about 600 kids out there for it?
Yes, sir.
Well, great. Great, great. Mr. Vance, you have anything for the board? Mr. Andrew, you have anything for the board?
I've got 80 dogs and 32 cats.
80 dogs?
I've got 80 dogs and 32 cats. They just keep flying in, and we keep bringing the number back down to 80, but they just keep coming back.
Well, I know you gave a real thorough report earlier in the week at the staff meeting, and he's done a wonderful job. The cat population is a lot of little kittens, but
Yes, it's 3
all the
mamas.
cats came there and had kittens.
We on the news Sunday. We've got Texas Roadhouse coming up next week. Let's see. I think that's, I'm sorry. Oh, and Chief got 2, you should know, 2 dogs in Horn Lake try to recruit themselves in the police department this morning. I don't know if
2 dogs?
2 dogs. Lucy and Loki came to City Hall this morning and asked if they could be police officers. And I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning and tell them no.
They're 3-legged dogs? Did you say there were 3-legged dogs?
There was 2 dogs, Lucy and Loki, who walked into City Hall this morning and hung out with Chief's team. I think they were trying to be police officers. This is what they were telling me when I picked them up at 4:30 this morning, 5 o'clock. But I hadn't had coffee yet, so they could have been saying something else. I don't know.
That's included in the 80 count?
Yes. Absolutely. Actually, no, sir. They're not. They were reclaimed by their owners by about 10 o'clock this morning. So they're already back at home. They were microchipped.
Well, good, and thank you for getting up and coming down here, because you probably saved them. They'd have wandered out in the road at that time of night till they got run over. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hawkinsmith, you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Miss Belinda Campbell, do you have anything for the board, ma'am? All right, thank you. Mr. Robinson, do you have anything for the board? Oh, who had, somebody say?
I do have a question for Mr. Andrew.
Oh, please.
Is it okay? Okay. At 4355 Loudon, we spoke about this. I wanted to bring it up. This lady has been dealing with this problem since Ravenwood, the new park, has been put up. The developers brought in a bunch of dirt and raised their backyards up. Now, the people in Loudon, their yards are down below, and all that rainwater is coming down on them. And Mr. Andrew is having a problem with the developer, Resi America. So Miss Loudon, Miss Debbie was wanting to know if you guys would come over there and take a look at it. I said, look, we got this covered, but she's watching, so I'm going to ask. She's my constituent. But if you'd like to go over and take a look at it, that would be awesome. But is there a time frame that we can get to have a meeting with the Resi America?
I'm open anytime for that. I've been wanting to put pressure on this company for a long time. Neil Schaefer and the planning department, we've inspected it inspected the new neighborhood a few times. We failed them at least once before on their punch list. They came back to us and said, this was over email, they said that they have completed their items, they want a reinspection. I went back out there myself, looked at the whole neighborhood, everything they failed on. It was the same exact stuff out there. They didn't do anything. I told them we're not releasing their bond, and Neil Schaefer has the same punch list. I sent more pictures of the same violations. So we're still in the inspection process. We're not releasing their bond, and I'm totally open to whoever wants to join us in putting pressure into this company to just hurry up and fix this neighborhood.
We'll turn that over to the city attorney.
I think did he ask you?
No, sir, I haven't been in the loop yet, but I can be.
Yes, thank you. We got to get something going. It's been 5 months now. Thank y'all very much.
Mr. Robinson, do you have anything else for the board?
I do not. I think I've spoken enough tonight.
All right, do we have a motion for closed determination?
Mayor, I make a motion for closed determination.
We have a motion by Alderman Geist. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Aye. Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. If y'all will excuse us a moment, please.
Mr. Mayor, just for time purposes,
Determination.
Motion to come out of closed determination by Alderman Geist.
A second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young. Aye. Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. If y'all will excuse us, please.
Mayor.
We got to go back into.
Mayor.
Oh,
I
we have
make,
a motion to go to executive session.
yes, sir, I make a motion to go to the executive session for personnel matters in the admin department.
Motion by Alderman Geist. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second, Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Excuse us, please, ladies and gentlemen. Like, you know what Alderman Bledsoe said? He said, he had injury, he said, that reminds me of when I had a hemorrhoid operation.
Thank you. That's what my kids call TMI.
And now I know it, go to El Salvador thanks to you. We're back. Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
I make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis, second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young. Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. I don't believe we need any motion, do we? Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion by Alderman Young to adjourn. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned. Be careful going home. Happy Easter to everyone. That's a fact.